Chapter 5:25. The natural laws were impossible to break, but they could be twisted. There were no perfect laws or natural laws in this world. Since intelligent creatures had a sense of self and a desire to fight for benefits, they would naturally learn how to find loopholes. At this point, everyone had a rough idea of what had happened, even though they were making wild guesses. Freedom was the instinctive desire of most independent souls. The Sky Tower spirit unhesitatingly created even more of its own kind after being freed from its shackles, transforming these ruins into its own home. When considering how Barton had taken Catalina away more than 10 years ago, the Sky Tower spirit had already planned this out. Plus, there were many traces left behind on the way here. It was highly likely that this change had already occurred more than 20 years ago. The Sky Tower spirit's encounter with the Death Council's undead mage had been an opportunity. That undead mage had taken advantage of the dimensional instability here to summon creatures from the undead planes. He had actually managed to summon Conservation's undead bone dragons. And when the Sky Tower spirit killed off the summoners, the Sky Tower spirit had used this opportunity to contact undead Emperor Conservation. From the Sky Tower spirit's perspective, what it wanted the most was naturally to remove the shackles on its own body, its troublesome master, the original Sky Tower's commander. However, it was limited by its creator's core natural laws. Not only was it unable to attack, it couldn't even indirectly cause the original Sky Tower's accidental death. All it could do was help the original Sky Tower, but help me eliminate all the humans residing in that city. We shall pay a sacrifice to allow you to enter this world and become your most trustworthy ally. The Sky Tower spirit didn't even tell the original Sky Tower spirit what the original Sky Tower spirit's target was. It only followed a certain command that had long since been eliminated. The original Sky Tower's master had coincidentally been in that city, so it was only a pitiful accident. Naturally, the core alarm wouldn't have been triggered. Fine then. It would seem that all intelligent creatures would naturally play around with the natural laws. Even the undead that had just recently obtained their freedom wouldn't be triggered. In that case, it was obvious what had caused this entire incident. The Sky Tower spirit had indirectly killed its master in order to obtain complete freedom. It had betrayed its mission by sacrificing the slumbering souls of the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower spirit intended to use these souls in exchange for an ally to carry out a cruel massacre. Perhaps the Sky Tower spirit didn't have a complete personality, but it was at least 10% capable of being selfish. But now, the Sky Tower spirit's greatest fear had occurred. Not only had its original master survived the undead calamity, he had actually returned here. Intercept the intruders. It was only able to give such vague orders. It wasn't even able to create any direct hostility towards the original owner, not to mention an order to kill Katarina. In fact, due to the base's relationship with itself, it had to do its best to prevent its guards from killing Katarina. Thus, a scene that no one knew how to evaluate appeared. No matter if it was the sentinel puppet's electricity or the iron golem's heavy hammers. They were clearly going to smash Catalina, but they suddenly turned around and smashed into their companions. Or, before they could even finish their attacks, they were directly torn apart by their companions' cannons. Not to mention killing her. Even trying to stop her would be a violation of many basic rules. Catalina, who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, ran to the front without hesitation and became an invincible shield. All the others had to do was to take advantage of the moment when their opponents were in a state of confusion to break through. 297th floor, 298th floor, almost 300th floor underground. Although the elevator couldn't reach more than 300th floor, the rest of the elevator went smoothly. It seemed that the ruins guardians hadn't been prepared for their sudden ambush, so they only had ordinary guard and cleaning puppets blocking their way. But even so, the number of people in the team kept decreasing. This wasn't because of battle losses, but mainly because iron doors and railings suddenly rose and fell, separating everyone. Those who were separated could only find their own paths. But after suffering some losses, the assault squad adjusted their formation and moved closer. Katerina walked at the very front. It was obvious that the assault squad was using her as a shield, and the effect was even better than before. She was just like a minesweeper. As soon as she walked past, the traps would automatically retract, and the iron doors that were already locked would automatically open. Even the iron bars that separated everyone would automatically rise when she lay down, making it almost impossible for anyone to pass through. Asterisk boom. Asterisk after turning a corner. They met an assassin that was crouching on guard. However, the light on the head of the iron tree-shaped puppet was still constantly flashing. Its alloy blade was still as sharp as ever after so many years of wear and tear, and it had already locked onto this human female's vitals. Unfortunately, the puppet was unable to cut through, and its head was instantly blown off. Suddenly, the door to a nearby room opened, revealing a screen filled with red letters. Just as Timlad was about to go closer to take a look, he was pulled back by Catalina, who was panting heavily. Don't go, that's a trap. The red letters represent top-level secrets. As long as we get close, it'll use the excuse of protecting the Sky Tower's top-level secrets and directly explode this room and even this entire floor. The Sky Tower spirit was far more sly than Timlad had expected. Even the usually carefree Timlad couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. By now, it had already been more than 2 hours since they came down from the elevator. Catalina was sweating profusely, and her face was filled with fatigue, although everyone was also carrying her as they ran. Such a long period of physical exertion was more than enough for an ordinary girl. Yet, this proved once again that it was ridiculous to think that anyone who suddenly awakened their past lives would be able to do anything in the world. Their physical body was still their physical body. Even if they had past experiences and potential, it would still take time and sweat to develop. Right now, Catalina was sweating profusely. Her face was pale, and her sweat was dripping onto the floor, judging from how she suddenly bent over and coughed. It was likely that even breathing was painful. It was obvious that Catalina couldn't run anymore, so everyone could only stop running. As Barton supported her, he looked at her with a complex expression. In less than a single day, his daughter seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. How could he possibly accept this? "Relax, father. I'm still here. It'll be over soon." Carwins did her best to smile. She placed her hands on her chest, covering her heart. She was calming her breathing, as well as telling her father that she was still that ordinary barmaid, her father's precious daughter. Reincarnation is the same as starting all over again, even if you have more memories and knowledge. That's only the equivalent of receiving a few years of education and learning in advance. It doesn't mean that you're a completely different person. Your family will still be your family, and your lover will still be your lover. That's my personal experience, as well as common knowledge in the academic world. Timlad wasn't worried about revealing his secret. After all, in the past 7 years, the new generation of Dawn's children had already revealed many secrets about the cycle of reincarnation and the soul. 7 years ago, before the Ale faction's gods chose to enter the Hades, many Valkyrie gods had taken advantage of the cycle of reincarnation and reincarnated with their memories and knowledge. Even though it had only been a short 7 years, the seeds of the cycle of reincarnation had already begun to sprout, and many secrets about the cycle of reincarnation had been revealed. However, Timlad's words helped Barton feel more reassured. He gathered his spirits and focused all of his attention on preparing for battle. From a certain standpoint, Barton's team didn't use the elevator to directly reach the level closest to the core area. That was because the enemy had the blueprints as well, so it was only natural that they would heavily guard the elevator entrance in the core area. No, the most direct method would probably be to weld the elevator's door shut. But if Barton's team came down ahead of time, the information would surely be leaked. Soon, the guards of the other floors would arrive here to provide reinforcements. The further down they went, the more difficult it would become. But just as Barton's team was about to set off again, someone came to find them. A white flag? Those metal heads actually know how to raise a white flag. Under the white flag was a group of cautious puppets. Compared to the clumsy puppets from before, these puppets seemed rather special. They seemed like real people. Look, their eyes seem real and they seem so intelligent. CKME, that black-haired one is actually crying. These puppets were female humanoids. Most of them had beautiful appearances and enchanting figures. Some had black hair, some had red hair, and some had purple hair. Their stature and skin color were all different. Some were wearing ball gowns, some were wearing bikinis, and some were even wearing less. Their exposed skin was no different from a real person's. It was obvious that they weren't puppets for manual labor. Although they were wearing revealing clothes, they were all secretive and wriggling around as if they didn't dare to approach. It would seem that those prehistoric people really know how to enjoy themselves. Could it be that they're seducing us? Diana whistled. However, the one who teased them wasn't a male. Instead, it was the female Diana. The dark elf generously swept her eyes over the female puppet's sensitive areas. Not only did she gesticulate, she even made strange hand gestures. In the end, she looked down at her full breasts in satisfaction and smiled proudly. It was as if Diana felt that the dark elves were superior to the exquisite, fake flowers. Could it be that they intend to negotiate? As the leader of the group, old Barton took the first step forward. His war hammer was still at his feet, but he suddenly waved his spear. His sword energy left a mark on the ground, a dividing line that indicated to the dark elves that they shouldn't get too close. This caused the surrounding people to reevaluate the seemingly ordinary old Barton. After all, casually waving out sword energy was already something that only a sword saint could do. This old mercenary, who was a bit older than him, saw it. Tvastaska, a white-haired female puppet, spoke up anxiously. However, that string of numbers gave everyone else a headache. Fortunately, Timlad immediately translated for her. They say that they're master servants and slaves. It turned out that they were artificial souls created by their master. However, after they obtained their sense of self, they felt that they should obey society's laws and thank their creators for being able to serve them. And so, their furious master forced them into these puppets from the olden generation as punishment. When they learned that their true master had returned with reinforcements, they voluntarily came over to help out. However, after Timlad finished translating this mechanical code, he fell into deep thought. Since he was an expert from the Halettum generation, everyone naturally thought that he was thinking about something and didn't dare to disturb him. However, if Roland was here, he would unhesitatingly kick Timlad when he saw the suspicious liquid at the corner of Timlad's mouth. The previous me in my previous life was such a waste of an opportunity. I can actually buy this with money. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to accept a cute little girl. Yep, I'll use research as an excuse. That red-haired girl seems like an older sister. No, as long as I can research her properly, I can create a real older sister. Should I say that it was to be expected of those bastards' brother? As a famous myth-ranked hero, Timlad was actually thinking about such things on the battlefield while everyone was waiting for him. Lord Timlad, you've made a decision? I definitely didn't want to accept those puppets. What decision? Timlad's expression was filled with astonishment, and he accidentally said something. However, the next instant he had a calm expression, as if his slip of the tongue was nothing more than an illusion. Yep, I understand now. From a professional standpoint, the leap from artificial intelligence to artificial souls is equivalent to the awakening of self-awareness. Every individual is different, and when considering how the old generation treated artificial intelligence, theoretically speaking, what they said makes sense. However, I'll need to carefully research the specifics by myself. Yep, let's start with that red-haired girl. Everyone around him had helpless expressions. Perhaps Timlad's words were quite professional and righteous, and his expression was filled with righteousness, making him seem quite convincing. However, his claw that was making a caressing motion revealed his true thoughts. This little pervert, stinky brat. However, Barton was in a difficult situation. He had already said before that Tim Ladd would be in charge of the ruins, and his decisions had been quite reliable. However, Barton didn't dare to believe that Tim Ladd was acting like this. No, there's no need to think about it anymore. Kill them all. At this moment, Catalina, who was still sitting down and resting, spoke up calmly. Not only were the dolls stunned by her words, even Barton's companions paused in surprise. However, the next instant, Barton unhesitatingly carried out his daughter's order. He continuously swung his spear, and a blade formed from sword energy tore apart a black-haired doll. Seeing that Barton, the leader, had already acted, the others naturally wouldn't wait any longer. They immediately began killing the dolls. Wait, at least leave one behind, leave one behind. I'll make it, and everyone can get rich together. Unfortunately, nobody listened to him. Even the two Northlands girls, who were quite close to him, pretended not to see him. No, they were already pretending not to recognize him. These dolls obviously didn't have any combat abilities at all, so they were soon reduced to a pile of scrap. Amidst the pile of broken limbs, a certain engineer was silently crying, as if he had just lost his most beloved family member. It was obvious that his companions weren't as sentimental as him. Catalina walked over and spoke to the doll's head that had just spoken. A doll will always be a doll? Do you want to know where you exposed yourself? Do you want to know where you went wrong? However, there was no response even after a long while. Just as everyone thought that Katerina was overthinking things, the bionic eyes on the doll's head lit up again, and it suddenly spoke. This time, it didn't speak in the strange female voice's digital code. Instead, it spoke in a common male language with a cold, synthetic male voice. Strange. This should be completely true to the situation. Not only that, I also took into account a man's desire to mate, which should be able to affect your judgment. Even if you don't believe my words, as long as you read the information in my words, I should be able to lead you to a dead end. How did you see through me? And so, Catalina chuckled as she suddenly stomped down on the doll's head. Why should I tell you? The next instant, she covered her foot and jumped up. It was obvious that this metal head wasn't something that her tiny foot could handle. And so, the mysterious, cold, and capable woman image that she had just established completely disappeared. Crack. Barton, who felt heartache for his daughter, directly stomped on the doll's head and smashed it into smithereens while glaring at everyone around him to tell them not to laugh. However, his gaze towards Catalina was now filled with much more love and gentleness. After all, he had seen many women jumping up and down with tears in their eyes. It was just that it was only the foot of an ordinary table that dealt a critical blow to Catalina. Wonderful, that brat wasn't lying. She's still that clumsy, kind, and good child. She actually didn't tell me that all of this would happen. Damned Roland, I'm going to get even with you when I get back. Once her father regained his rationality and Catalina regained her stamina, it was time for her to resume her journey. Right now, she wasn't too far away from her target, the core area. Not long after she began her journey, Tim Ladd, who couldn't hold back his curiosity, came over to ask Catalina about this. When Catalina replied, many ears inexplicably gathered around her, wanting to hear more gossip. You saw through it? You didn't see through it? There's no precedent of artificial intelligence awakening on such a large scale. So how could I possibly make such a judgment? Your judgment was correct. It's highly likely that artificial souls will appear in the future. However, our most important task right now is to go to the core area. How can we trust a guide who came out of her own volition at such a time? We should just kill her and steal her information. I just didn't expect that she would be exposed so easily. It would seem that artificial souls are still lacking in terms of human nature. Then aren't you afraid of killing the wrong person? Artificial souls can't lie in front of their master. The more I think about it, the more I feel that she was telling the truth. If I kill the wrong person, I kill the wrong person. I can kill the wrong person, but I can't let the wrong person go. Also, why are you such a sissy? You're still making such a fuss at a time like this. You're not manly at all. Catalina ran to the front as she said such valiant words to Tim Ladd. Tim Ladd, who had just paused in surprise, finally understood why the person in front of him had become the commander-in-chief of the Sky Tower. Right? Since you're the product of a collective soul fusion. That doesn't mean that the original soul must have been female, right? Could it be that you're a real man? I'm a woman. All right, then. It would seem that Tim Ladd really needed to change his bad habit of accidentally spilling the beans. Sooner or later, he would die. Catalina suddenly turned around and kicked Tim Ladd right between his legs. Tim Ladd immediately clutched his vitals and knelt down, causing all the men present to instinctively feel a chill and pain. Chapter 5:26. Actually, there are some things that we can discuss, such as the possibility of the undead coexisting with the living, or the future of the Tark Republic, or the fact that I have a wonderful place where I don't have to fight to the death with this world. I wasn't lying at all. Everything I had said to conservation was 100% true. Not only had I considered the possibility of reaching a peaceful agreement with the Tark Republic, I had even considered providing the Tark Republic with a piece of land in the mortal plane. The Land of Spring isn't located in Aichi, but no matter if its population potential, future development, or resources, it won't be any inferior to Aichi's. Indeed, since the new cycle of reincarnation was gradually replacing the old cycle of reincarnation, it would be far too much of a waste to just use a piece of land as a vassal of the Hell of Hades. However, thanks to the hard work of the Titans who had the authority to create the Land of Spring, the Land of Spring was now more than 100 times larger than it had been 7 years ago. The Land of Spring was blessed by the creator goddesses, and the diligent Titans were constructing it. The gods all had their own responsibilities, but they were forbidden from directly interfering with the mortal world. Under the protection of the Four Seasons god, it was quite simple for the gods to have spring all year round. Good weather was also the result of artificial rainfall and the agricultural calendar in my magical world. Thanks to so many factors, crops grew at an insane rate. Watermelons that were even larger than pigs were no exaggeration. From a certain standpoint, since the climate, the fertility of the soil, and even the growth limits of crops could all be changed at will, how much crops could be produced per moo would depend on how daring one was. I had originally planned to use the Ark as a temporary means of escape, but thanks to the spoils from the Battle of the Hades, it could be said that the Land of Spring was already a paradise. I had never imagined that the creator goddesses and true gods who had control over the natural laws would actually be able to develop to such a degree when doing something serious. What a pity. If it wasn't for that damned holy war, what would Aichi have developed to after so many years? So it's all my fault? When I received the report, I casually sighed, and Astria ignored me for 2 months. She remained abnormally silent all this time. Even if the cycle of Hades brought a large number of newborns into the Land of Spring, this still wasn't enough in this new world where the number of newborns was increasing exponentially. Not to mention the fact that newborns needed a long period of growth before they could become laborers, as well as countless nannies and dads. Although this sounded ridiculous, since newborns made up such a large proportion of the population. Not only did taking care of newborns become an important industry in the Land of Spring, it actually made the already insufficient young labor force even worse. A brand new world would require an endless amount of new population. Getting some new residents from Ike to enter the new world had long since been an option for me. Even the dead have desires. Don't tell me that you came here just for a tour. What was shown on the memory crystal ball was a world that was becoming vaster and vaster. This was the magnificent scenery of the Land of Spring. After all, illusions were meaningless to existences at our level. I can understand what the senators are thinking. but could you please consider that it's still possible for us to coexist? The great majority of wars were fought for the sake of the country and its people. Bastards who started wars based on personal grudges and ambitions would either be tyrants or incapable rulers. Their fates would always be quite pitiful. The senators of the Tark Republic were no idiots. I learned from Osso's memories that they all had their own plans to begin with. Some wanted to return to the mortal plane, while others had no intentions of leaving. Conservation, who is currently before me, had only chosen to participate in this grand ceremony of returning to the mortal plane due to Osso's invitation. The Regression faction had returned to this world, even going so far as to start a war against the Tark Republic, not only for the sake of flesh and souls. Such an idea would be an insult to the undead emperors. Large amounts of ordinary flesh, blood, and souls would only be useful to low-level and high-level undead. However, the undead emperors wouldn't lack such things. To them, flesh, blood, and souls would be an inexhaustible strategic resource. If they didn't have enough, they could simply send others to collect them. Dimensional harvesting wasn't something that only the demon lords could do. Everyone's loyalty and faith in the Tark Republic is admirable. But the ideals of the Tark Republic include tolerance. Why must we fight to the death? Indeed, from the very start, if the undead emperors who refused to return to the Tark Republic for various reasons could be considered to be pragmatists, then the Regression faction, which was determined to return to the Tark Republic even if it meant going to war against the gods, was actually a group of idealists who were loyal to the Tark Republic. If we scatter to countless undead planes and allow our comrades to slowly reach their end over the endless years, who will still remember the Tark Republic after another 10 million years? Who will still remember the seniors who came from the wilderness? This wasn't an unnecessary worry. There was no such thing as an immortal dynasty. The fact that the Tark Republic was able to maintain loose communication even after the Tark Republic was destroyed was already a special reason why undead magic was so powerful. Judging from the undead emperors who already had other ideas, many of the Tark Republic's ancient elders had already lost their loyalty to the Tark Republic. Even more had completely disappeared from this world for various reasons. The inheritance of a country or a people would always be passed on between the old and the new. The old would one day die, and the new would one day replace the old. Of course, Osso and the others knew about such a simple path. In their eyes, there was only one path for the Tark Republic to survive. The dream of re-establishing the Tark Republic is even more alluring, but it doesn't have to be in Aichi. There are plenty of empty territories in the Land of Spring, more than enough for you to re-establish a grand new Tark Republic. I can even open up the immigration system so that you can have new citizens who are still alive. The Regression faction believed that the only way to continue the Tark Republic was to establish a new territory for the living to live in. Then, the Tark Republic would absorb living citizens and pass down its inheritance, culture, spirit, and knowledge. This would allow the ancient Tark Republic to once again return to its former homeland, allowing this puddle of stagnant water to flow once more. My immigration proposal seemed to be able to complete the Tark Republic's inheritance from a different angle. It was just that it wouldn't be an Aichi. My proposal caused conservation to fall silent. The weight of my proposal was far too great. Even she couldn't help but seriously consider the possibility I proposed. Even though the body that was supposed to be an illusion was right in front of me, I could still feel the temperature of that physical body and the frightening power contained within it. Of course, there was also the frightening stubbornness and extreme nature of an undead. The Tark Republic hadn't forgotten its former glory even after suffering for tens of thousands of years. Even if it was a war against the entire world, it was all for the sake of passing down its own civilization and culture. The Regression faction was indeed amazing. I also respected their ideals. I had seriously considered the possibility of the Tark Republic and the Tark Republic coexisting together. However, I hadn't mentioned this before because I already knew the result. Stop the war? Actually, I don't like war either. I can also sense the truth from your words. But regrettably, such a proposal was impossible to realize from the very start. Nobody will be able to stop the Tark Republic's revival. My arrival here is only the beginning. Behind her calm words was a resolute resolution. Just as I had thought, she wanted to use words to stop the war. There would be no room for negotiation from the very start. Once a country entered a period of total war, all its industries and citizens would be in a special state of war. It would be like a train at maximum speed. How could it possibly stop at a whim? 13 undead emperors from the Regression faction and the Neutral faction were participating in the Tark Republic's revival. Now that the Tark Republic's revival blueprint was placed in front of all the Tark Republic citizens, and this grand plan was accepted by all the Tark Republic citizens. Even if an undead emperor decided to tell everyone to stop, who would be able to? The Bardi Empire's battle continued. The Bardi Empire's army was also led by an undead emperor. From the very start, this was no longer the undead calamity from 300 years ago. This was a dimensional war that involved multiple dimensions. The war would only escalate. And no matter how nice my words were or how many bargaining chips I put on the table, how much trust the undead emperors would have would be a problem. Who could guarantee that the Tark Republic wouldn't meet with even stronger enemies in that new land? Fine, I did indeed make things difficult for her in this aspect. Or perhaps it would be impossible for the Tark Republic to live in. Most importantly, treaties made before a war were usually the fastest to be broken. Treaties made between the victorious country and the defeated country were the strongest. Since the Tark Republic hadn't shown any signs of defeat yet, they would be able to rely on their military strength to take over their homeland that they had always dreamed of. Why would they need to hope for the Tark Republic's kindness and charity? If I agree to your conditions, then what would Osso's sacrifice count for? All right then. Should I say that it was to be expected of an emotional woman? Even though I had already expected to be rejected, this was indeed a reason that I hadn't expected. If this war can end so easily, then what would all the people who sacrificed themselves before this matter? Such a familiar way of thinking. However, I don't believe that Osso would want this war to continue. All right then, the next instant, a naked killing intent pressed down on me. It would seem that women were truly unreasonable. Only you could mention this name, not me. It's been far too difficult to fight to this extent. For the sake of the people who have already been sacrificed, I absolutely need to obtain a price sufficient to comfort Valkyrie. Although I could understand this, I hated this way of thinking. This seemingly romantic way of thinking made it so that neither side would ever be satisfied with what they had obtained. When two sides fought, there would definitely be losses and sacrifices, and as long as both sides weren't satisfied, the war would constantly escalate, with their strategic goals constantly increasing. In the end, even if the final result was a battle to the death, if both sides looked back at their losses, the victors would still obtain a large amount of rubble. As for controlling the scale and scope of the war, the instigators of all previous world wars had probably thought about this before. After all, very few normal people would want to conquer the world from the very start. War will always be called righteous, but it will never have anything to do with true righteousness. This had always been my way of thinking. Perhaps this was also ironic. Nobody would understand the evil of war better than a war criminal who had started countless wars. Even though I hated war to the core, I still planned one war after another and dealt with one annoying war after another. No matter how dirty my methods were, no matter how ugly I looked, I had to win each and every damned war. As expected, we all deserved to go to hell. But right now, no matter how dissatisfied I was, I didn't intend to say any meaningless questions. Since the undead emperor had already made up her mind, any more words would be nothing but nonsense. What I hated the most was nonsense. That was why I wouldn't have even come here if it wasn't necessary. In that case, please accept these small gifts of my goodwill. Perhaps I can show them to the other semi-gods. Refusing didn't mean that this trip would be a waste. Although it was impossible to stop the war, once the war was over, both sides would return to the negotiation table. At that time, establishing a relationship with each other and laying down a foundation would be of some positive use. Perhaps only when both sides were tired of fighting and had enough deaths would this proposal truly be put on the negotiation table. I can do that. And so, she accepted the exquisite box. This was an elven-style golden treasure chest. She opened the lid, revealing 7 crystal cores that were glowing brilliantly on an expensive dark red cloth. Now then, let's talk about the main topic of this trip. Should I comment on this? As expected, for women, national affairs and war were only minor matters. Things between a man and a woman were more important. It would seem that she had patiently listened to me for the sake of this moment. Aso's message? It's also in this box. I watched as Conservation's steady arm began to tremble, and even the colors around her suddenly darkened. Even a powerful undead emperor would reveal her weakness in front of her emotions. I closed my eyes and sighed helplessly. You're the one. Treasure, chest, monster Harloise. Activate it. Chapter 5:27. At 4:00 in the afternoon on the 13th day of the 5th month in the 7th year of the Dawn Era, a tremendous earthquake occurred near Starwood City in the center of the Sala Dukedom. The origin of the earthquake was unknown. Although the tremor wasn't too strong, it affected a surprisingly large area. Nearby towns and cities could feel the violent shaking. Some buildings even collapsed. Fortunately, most residents had already taken shelter. The earthquake affected a large area, to the extent that even the capital city, which was several thousand kilometers away, could feel the tremors. According to eyewitnesses, the undead were retreating at the time of the earthquake, and the tremors originated from the undead's location. Apart from the tremors, some golden flashes could also be seen. If this was all there was to it, it wouldn't even be worth mentioning in history. However, in the Mage Country's most authoritative mage newspaper, Truth, next week, there was such a piece of news. The largest magical wave ever recorded in the history of the Sala Dukedom has been detected. According to the theory of energy wave transmission, it can only be the largest energy explosion ever recorded in the history of the Mage Country. That energy explosion has already surpassed the energy limit of all forbidden spells. If it was the work of a certain senior archmage, we should congratulate him for creating a new record. According to the information we received, there was no expected explosion. Theoretically speaking, that explosion should have been powerful enough to blow a mountain into the sky, rewrite the world, and even create several man-made volcanoes. However, the strange part is that our people didn't receive any reports. In fact, even the towns and cities near the source of the explosion are still perfectly fine. Although most mages didn't care about pure power, it would be inconceivable for them to have no reaction to such a frightening energy storm. And when the classical theory clashed with the current situation, it attracted even more attention. After Truth was published, countless archmages began researching this event. Just as the magazine had guessed, everyone originally believed that some archmage had made another breakthrough and cast a powerful forbidden spell. However, there were no signs of an explosion, and there wasn't even any mana vacuum caused by powerful magical waves. There were indeed archmages present, but there were no signs of a forbidden spell being cast. This meant that either the mages' measurement methods and classical theory were wrong, or that an explosion that could blow up half a continent didn't even kill a fly. People always looked forward to the unknown. Nobody would be able to stop the mages' curiosity. However, when news spread that the mana ripples from this explosion were 7 times stronger than the most powerful forbidden spell, as well as another strange piece of news, the mages fell into a strange silence. Then, suddenly, large-scale destructive forbidden spells suddenly became a hot research topic. Even if we can only see the destructive power and the magnificence of the explosion, we can't lose to those old antiques. All right then, perhaps it was the explosive power of a certain ancient artifact that had lived for tens of millions of years that had hurt the self-esteem of a certain mage who had spent his entire life pursuing explosives. However, 3 powerful forbidden spells had actually popped up in just 2 short years. It seemed that it wasn't necessarily a bad thing to be stimulated. Let's not talk about the boring pride of being a mage for now. And let's not talk about the historical impact of this major event known as the Starwood explosion. At the very least, the power of this explosion was recorded in history. Should be dead? I don't know. In any case, my doppelganger was directly destroyed. Also, I strongly condemn what you just said. What do you mean by treasure, chest, monster, Heloise? The next time you put my name together with that unesthetic creation, What are you afraid of? I feel that you're both shameless and unafraid of death. You're such a pain in the ass. As the silly cat casually ridiculed me, she was still thinking about ways to make me afraid. Meanwhile, I was thinking about how much easier my plan had succeeded than I had expected. It wasn't a new trick to reveal one's true intentions. However, the fact that countless assassins had used this trick over and over again was proof of its excellent applicability. I would use the excuse of talking about serious matters to attract Harlow's attention. Then, I would toss out the real topic at hand. That memory crystal that contained Asso's scattered memories actually contained the incredibly dangerous Salos crystal. And it was indeed correct to call Heloise a treasure chest monster. That exquisite golden box had been transformed by Heloise using a doppelganger. The camouflage layer that covered the real Salos crystal and disguised it as a large memory crystal was also created by Heloise. Being able to obtain such frightening power in the end was both luck and planning. Man proposes, God disposes. This time, it seemed that the heavens were finally on my side. Conservation was so excited that she immediately activated the memory crystal. She couldn't help but want to see even more as she looked at Asso's familiar voice and smile. And so, she directly activated the other 6 memory crystals. And in order to detonate the Salos crystal, all an archmage would need to do was pour mana into it. This was a common method for most magical tools. When Conservation discovered that one of the 7 memory crystals was flawed, she thought that she had accidentally damaged the crystal's properties. So she anxiously increased her mana output. An archmage's mana wouldn't be enough to activate such a high-level explosion. All he would do was act as a trigger, a switch that would cause the Salos crystal to rapidly overload. And once this process began, it would be quite difficult to stop. I didn't know if the archmage affected by the explosion would die, but it was highly likely that the archmage who triggered the explosion wouldn't survive. His physical body and the Salos crystal formed an energy circuit. Detonating the Salos crystal would be the equivalent of detonating the Salos crystal's body. It would be a complete suicide. If that was the case, then the power of the explosion would naturally be related to the caster's mana and the Salos crystal's energy reserves. However, in most situations, a mage's mana wouldn't even be worth mentioning in front of a Salos crystal's energy reserves. The explosion wouldn't change much. But this time, I encountered Conservation. She herself was a treasure trove of energy, and so, when Conservation discovered that her mana was furiously leaking out of her Salos crystal, she was unable to stop. I didn't know if she would recognize this Salos crystal that had once come from another civilization, but if she was still alive after this, she would definitely remember it. Of course, I couldn't possibly bet everything on the possibility that Conservation would fall for my trap. If she calmly accepted the Salos crystal without inspecting it, Heloise's Salos crystal would automatically pour mana into the Salos crystal and forcefully detonate the Salos crystal. I would then drag Heloise into that special territory and kill her. Of course, if things developed like that, then the explosion's power and success rate would be greatly reduced. And it was precisely because Conservation's own energy had been detonated that this explosion's power would become history. I'll transform into Princess Peach. I'll run naked together with Eagle Storm No, I'll strip as I run. I'll run right outside the little fairy's magazine office. I'm going to make you appear on the headlines. I couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. She was actually still thinking of ways to make me afraid. I didn't say anything else when I saw how proud the silly cat was. I hurriedly lowered my head. Please don't. Lowering my head wouldn't be shameful at all. It would be shameful if I appeared on the headlines. But just as we relaxed, a sharp howl pierced through every single soul's eardrums. Roland! Damned Roland! All right then, judging from that familiar voice, our troubles weren't over yet. Suddenly, another angry howl came from another direction. This was also an incredibly familiar voice. Roland, you're here? The person that I had been hiding from all this time had finally arrived. I didn't even know where to run. Chapter 5:28. What if Amelia comes? Cold dish. Do you think she'll chop you up and make you into a cold dish? That's true. Should I ask her to share a bowl with me? When I mentioned Amelia, the silly cat pretended that she didn't understand my slang. But how could my thoughts through our soul connection possibly be different because of my language? She was simply mocking me with evil intentions. I had rather complex feelings about Amelia. After all, she treated me quite well back in the day, and I made her suffer. And in this life, when we met again in the Northlands, she helped me without holding anything against me and solved the Northlands' food problem. This was already 2 major favors. Plus, I made her suffer a 3rd time at the Earth Elemental Tower, damaging her reputation. So I owed her yet another favor. I wasn't a good person, and Amelia definitely wasn't a good person, either. But at the very least, she wasn't a bastard. It would be too much to repay kindness with enmity when others treated you well. That was why, when Amelia tried to force me into a marriage in order to save her reputation, even I didn't know how to respond. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't explain myself to Eliza, I probably would have just agreed. Actually, I should have ended my single life long ago. Amelia was actually quite nice, and I owed her quite a bit as well. I also knew that she seemed to have a favorable impression of me that surpassed a teacher-student relationship. It would be nice to have a nominal marriage with her. Yep, I definitely wasn't trying to get her to marry me. But for some reason, I kept feeling like something was wrong. That's what you're thinking. I actually thought that you'd improved. Did a dog bite your head off? Oh, you lost your memory again? And you're even having selective amnesia with evil intentions? Venerable goddess of order, are you certain that you didn't do anything to him? Why does he always forget the most important part? He's hopeless. What does that have to do with me? Besides, apart from all the bad ideas on how to scam others, there's nothing unimportant in his mind. If I really want to find something unimportant, I'll probably have to start from his personal life. I still remembered how the silly cat looked at me with disdain whenever I mentioned Amelia and felt like I owed her many favors, as well as how my system mocked me. Cough, cough, you're looking at me as if I'm a heartless man. Actually, I'm already quite old, and it's about time for me to find a partner. It's also about time for the Mist family to have a new successor. After so many years, the standards for marriage have gradually decreased. Actually, I don't have high standards for a female partner. Tell me about it. Heloise was very surprised. Could it be that this guy had really activated it? I'm actually a traditional man, so I like my other half to be more traditional. She doesn't need to be beautiful or strong. It's best if she's a traditional little woman who's gentle, kind, family-oriented, knows how to cook, and knows how to act coquettishly. It doesn't matter if she's a little stupid. She'll hand me a cup of tea when I'm tired, understand my goals a little, understand my hard work, and gently say welcome back to me after work. I'll be satisfied. All right then, I had been in high spirits as I spoke, and the more I spoke, the more excited I became. However, when I thought of the cruel truth, I suddenly realized that the more I spoke, the more boring I felt. It seemed that the women by my side were quite excellent in all aspects, but their toughness and combat strength were all a bit too high. Cough, cough. There weren't many people who met these requirements. I sympathized with Eliza. She went in the wrong direction from the beginning. This man doesn't need a comrade by his side. All he needs is a little woman who's like a caring older sister. Actually, she can wait. A man's standards for choosing a spouse aren't fixed. From a certain standpoint, he's probably just an elementary school student's love budding. It's understandable that he has excessive expectations for the future. But as time goes on, the cruel reality will viciously attack him. For example, princesses are all sloppy people who don't know how to clean their own rooms. A beautiful female knight has a sweet smile, but her brain is completely empty. Facial paralysis looks cute, but is boring at home. A dragon girl looks cute, but you need to be careful of her true form. She'll eat you for lunch. It won't take long for her to fall from a beautiful, well-educated, and understanding girl with long, straight, black hair to girl, or even it's enough as long as she looks like a girl. Right, Kolos fits all of your requirements perfectly, apart from the fact that she looks like a girl. She's actually still a girl. What are you hesitating for? You can use your status as your former boss to hide her in a secret room and Uniqlo. Can you not say it to my face next time you attack me? Also, what the hell is Uniqlo? How many times have I told you that Kolos is a man? Or at least she was in the past. Yep. Although I was indeed an honorary member of Kolos fan club, I definitely wasn't tempted. Nor did I consider whether such a descendant would be mentally or physically healthy. I'm not a pervert. Don't make wild guesses. Also, no matter what, you're still a goddess. Can't you at least have some morals? Morals? I've long since been mentally corrupted by you. I remember that I was commenting on how my system's lower and lower limits were getting, while the silly cat was mysteriously depressed. Relax, I'm not in the mood to attack you. Losing to a man in terms of female charm is quite a blow to my self-esteem. Do you want to see how similar you are to this idiot's ideal partner? The person in first place is that Kolos. She's so heartless. Let me also tell you that your ranking is actually quite high, far higher than I expected. Shut up. Otherwise, I'm going to perish together with you. Perish together? Haha. Why don't you try? Aren't you afraid that I'll sing Little Apple in your head? I'm going to go read gay magazines about muscular men. No, that won't work on you anymore. I'm going to go read the Beifong divine cult's propaganda and training manuals. When I finally managed to make my system shut up, I mysteriously felt like I had lost something very important. Morals? It wasn't like I could eat that, so it wasn't important at all. Perhaps what was more important was that a person with normal morals would instinctively be on guard against certain anti-human behaviors. Yep, that's right. Beifong and his believers were quite dangerous. Considering the fact that the population was decreasing due to the reproductive isolation, they had long since reached the level of anti-human and antisocial behavior. What? Beifong had already broken through the reproductive isolation of different species? Randomly creating all sorts of strange, mixed-blood creatures was no longer anti-human and antisocial. That was anti-human and anti-humanichi. Beifong was basically the public enemy of all the dimensions. Actually, Beifong had already entered the top 10 of the calamity rankings and was wanted by all the countries and gods. This was already the treatment of being the public enemy of all the dimensions. Cough! I should put aside the fact that Beifong was becoming more and more like that man whose name shall not be mentioned. However, I had rather complex feelings about Amelia. I felt like I owed her a lot, but I always felt like I was lacking something when it came to marriage. Perhaps I would still have to run away when we met. But right now, I mysteriously felt happy when I saw Amelia smiling sweetly while countless vines transformed into a forest of thorns. Behind her was a towering tree covered in black mist. She's so reliable to see at such a time. Help! Hurry and save me! The ground was still violently shaking as the magical element in the area was automatically dispelled. Although it wasn't at the level of a true forbidden spell's mana vacuum, the large-scale mana fluctuations made it impossible to cast any spell. On the other side, a familiar pale white figure was circling in midair. Her death roar was filled with anger and killing intent, causing the living to instantly die. This was the special ability of an undead singer, as well as the most troublesome natural talent of all ghost-type undead creatures. What's even more troublesome than an undead emperor is an undead emperor that can't even be killed by a nuclear bomb. Not only that, she's gone berserk because of a nuclear bomb. Also, you were the one who threw that nuclear bomb. I didn't know how that female ghost had managed to escape from that terrifying explosion. However, just from the energy storm gathering in the sky, I could tell that conservation was furious and that the problem was serious. This was truly going to be a huge problem. Fortunately, our reinforcements had already arrived. Wait a moment, Amelia. Aren't your vines attacking in the wrong direction? Why are they attacking me instead? We're on the same side. Chapter 5:29. Goddess, may I know what your favorability rating is? I'm a hidden character. You want to conquer me with just 4 rounds? You won't even be able to connect to me. Buffed. So you're saying that your favorability rating is 0? No, it should be that you don't appear on my favorability rating list. Is this another explanation for not treating you as a woman? No, the more rounds you take to conquer, the stronger the character will be. Just look at that sickly girl over there. TSK, TSK, TSK. Roland really deserves it. He thinks he's special just because he's a hidden character. He didn't even consider whether or not she's special to the point of being sickly. I ignored the mocking comments in my head as if it was a chat room. This group of people had been laughing at me for quite some time now. The ghost that was gathering the power of death in the sky was the most important thing right now. Crack! It hurts, it hurts. As the vines tightened around me, all of my bones kept cracking. Thinking about anything became an extravagant dream. All right then, I admit that the crazy woman behind me who was currently glaring at me like a tiger was the most important person here. Goddess and Big Sister Cat, if you have the time to chat, please save me first. The witch's demonic beauty was just like before. Her naturally curly green hair flowed in the wind, and her blood-red eyes were as beautiful as ice crystals. Of course, that was only if you ignored the fact that the vines were already tearing at my skin. Her crystal-clear eyes were filled with undisguised, killing intent. Can you relax a little? Her beautiful red lips curved into an arc as she gently blew into my ear. No, you can. Oh, her sweet breath tickled my ear. She even licked my ear ambiguously with the tip of her tongue. It was icy cold and seemed rather suggestive. Of course, the prerequisite was that I ignored the vines that were getting tighter and tighter, as well as my bones' pitiful screams that were becoming louder and louder. Who knows what will happen after I let you go? Her suggestive words were sweet, as if they were tickling my heart. But the next instant, my entire body started cracking. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the merciless cracking of my bones made me quite anxious. What was even worse was that I actually didn't feel any pain at all. This could only mean that those damn vines had already begun taking over my nervous system. While I was doing my best to order my toes to move, the soft whispers behind me suddenly turned into a stern interrogation. Tell me, run to that thieving cat. He could feel his ears again. He was actually licking, biting. He was really biting. Ouch. Hey, why are you moving your mouth? That bloody half of the ear you're chewing on, could it be mine? Although I'm grateful that you instantly made another one for me. And I know that you have the power to create life. Can you not be so horrifying? I'll have nightmares if I have to look at it like that. What a desperate situation. At this time, his life was already on the brink of danger. The trouble in the sky was no longer a problem. It wasn't so cruel and evil a year ago. There's a big difference between being rejected by a man once or twice. Am I right? Darling. His current physical body was created by the other party. Being so close to the other party, he couldn't even control his own body anymore. Even his thoughts were starting to leak out. No, I'm not trying to read his mind. I have a bottom line. It's just that I can guess what you're thinking right now. However, such a desperate situation wasn't a problem for me. I had long since anticipated that today's situation would occur, which was why I had already prepared an ace up my sleeve. Even if she currently hated me to the core, the moment I said the following words, she would open her heart once more. I once had a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't properly cherish it. I only regretted it after I lost it. There's nothing more painful than this in the world. If the heavens could give me another chance, I'd say 3 words to that girl. I love you. If I had to add a time limit, I'd hope that it would be 10,000 years. How did you know? Although it's nice to hear you say some sweet words, forget about the classic lines from the classic play Romeo and Joker. Oh, I almost forgot that you were the one who wrote that play. In that case, I really should listen to it. Let's see how the original author acted out that love story that made countless girls cry. Romeo and Joker? It seemed that I had accidentally forgotten something again. But judging from the name of this thing, I was probably still in the rebellious phase of taking revenge on society. Could it be some strange thing with the wrong sexual orientation? Crying bitterly? You? No, I'm not some little girl who thinks that your love is more important than your body. If I really was that Romeo who only knew how to cry and regret, I would have long since broken all the bones in that heartless Joker's body and dragged him home. Ha ha, you really do feel threatened. Could you loosen the vines a little? The heavens didn't know the path of man, so I had to look on the bright side. But on the other side, where my personal safety was threatened, at least some things were naturally better. I believed that she wouldn't watch as I was killed by someone else, at least not before she took her revenge. I was still temporarily safe. Why did it sound so awkward for me to say this? In the sky, the ethereal pale ghost was gathering the power of death. There were far too many undead that had died in this land. Enough soul fragments kept floating up into the sky and being absorbed by the ghost, causing her color to become much more realistic. I could already tell what conservation was doing. She was using her own abilities to summon the power of death and undead in order to make up for what she lacked. No matter what method she had used to survive that massive explosion, she had definitely paid a tremendous price. Logically speaking, we should have attacked her while she was down like a swarm of bees. However, judging from the battle situation in the sky, it was likely that even attacking conservation in her current state would be quite difficult. Amelia hadn't come here alone. She had arrived before some others only because of a gigantic plant airship in the sky. This primitive divine tree airship resembled the first airship I had seen in the Forest of Dreams, but this airship was much larger. It appeared to be nothing more than a primitive tree with green patterns and forked branches. But judging from the high-energy reactions of its parts and the airships flying everywhere in the sky, this was definitely no airship for sightseeing. Apart from the seemingly young and cute wood spirits flying in the sky, it was also quite common to see magical plants that resembled flying birds. But the scariest part was that there were so many of them that they covered the sky. Countless strange plants and animals flew in circles in the sky. Looking up from the ground, the sky was filled with black dots. And this gigantic airship was even wider than the giant iron gates of the city walls. I recognized this airship. It was the Royal Arkansas Mother. This was a wedding gift that the wood spirits had given to celebrate their mother and father getting married. Fine then. Let me continue ignoring the angry glares behind my back. There were at least 3,000 wood spirits on this airship, and at least 2 of the 7 virtues were guarding it. Should I feel honored that the wood spirits had come here in such a treasured airship as soon as they received news from me? Even if the undead army was still here, they would likely be quickly wiped out by this airship's fierce attacks. However, the situation in the sky wasn't like this. Conservation was leisurely absorbing the power of death amidst countless explosions and attacks. She didn't dodge, as it was impossible to dodge such a tremendous number of attacks. All the attacks directly passed through her body, but then appeared on the other side of her body. Some with spirits even got close to her and were actually able to overlap with her, as if she didn't exist in this dimension. I had seen conservation in this state before. Back then, she had been using an incarnation of herself. She was in a hazy state between existence and non-existence. Although she was unable to interfere with her surroundings, it was also impossible for her surroundings to interfere with her. And now, conservation had obviously improved even further. The surrounding airships were unable to attack her, but she was interfering with her surroundings. She was absorbing souls and the power of death to recover herself. Back then, I had modified the dimensional laws of this world so that the heat she stole would return to her own body in order to defeat her. But right now, she wasn't using her soul world to steal any energy. It was obvious that I couldn't use my previous method of defeating her. However, I wasn't completely helpless. Since I already knew that conservation had such an ability and that I might encounter her, how could I not make preparations? But the prerequisite was, Amelia, can you let go of me? I have a way to take care of her. No. Right, my dear. Do you prefer to be fried or boiled? Do you really think I can't tell that you intend to use the method I choose to take care of me? But since you want me to choose a method of death, can I recommend one? Die of old age? You've already used this joke in Ju Ing Tai and Juliet. Why is your expression so subtle? I felt even more helpless as I listened to this name that made me want to comment so much. Not at all. I'm just curious about just how much I hated society back then. I hope that I can die with some dignity. It's so embarrassing that I'm still a virgin. Can you help me find several dozen succubi? I choose to die of happiness. Why am I feeling pain again now? It hurts. Chapter 530. While Roland's side was in trouble, the battle in the Helettum generation's ruins was becoming fiercer and fiercer. If your mission fails, use that blood-red signal flare, and we can immediately prepare for a large-scale retreat. This was what Roland had told Tim Ladd before he left. It was evident that although Tim Ladd had high hopes for his adventuring team and had sent enough reinforcements, Tim Ladd lacked confidence in his team's victory. Actually, I should have gone with you. But if I left, there definitely wouldn't be anyone left alive here. Roland's expression was filled with regret. Perhaps his decision would have saved more people, but it might not have been the correct strategy. From the very start, the seemingly peaceful ruins were the most important. No matter how the undead emperors fought, it would be impossible to solve this problem. Even if conservation failed, that wouldn't mean that the undead calamity would end here. The undead Emperor Tower Spirit, who was the mastermind behind the scenes, could easily use the undead calamity again. For example, they could find another undead emperor or elemental lord to make another sacrifice and cause another undead invasion or elemental calamity. Not dealing with the root cause of the undead calamity would be akin to treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. Roland understood this quite clearly. That was why, even though Starwood City's front lines were under so much pressure, he still sent Tim Ladd and the others to attack the undead calamity. The undead calamity's direct victory naturally attracted the undead Emperor Tower Spirit's attention and troops. The undead Emperor Tower Spirit sent all the war puppets it had created earlier to its allies as reinforcements. It could be said that the undead Emperor Tower Spirit's current defense was at its weakest ever. Even so, Catalina and the others' ambush wasn't going well. Before the undead Emperor Tower Spirit reacted, things had been going quite smoothly. But as time passed and the adventuring team was getting closer and closer to the core, the undead Emperor Tower Spirit sent more and more guards from the other floors. And so more and more obstacles appeared in front of the adventuring team. All sorts of strange war puppets kept jumping out from every corner. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to attack Catalina, but they wouldn't hold back against anyone else. Now that the adventuring team was surrounded by moving metal obstacles, they could only try to break through with real weapons. In the face of danger, the mercenaries who were used to bloodshed had no room to retreat. They all knew that when enemies met on a narrow path, only the brave would emerge victorious. Stopping and holding back at this moment would mean death. Mercenaries were not very useful in large battles, but they were often experts in small-scale battles. At this time, a battle formation was much safer than fighting on their own. Under the command of their leader, they formed a temporary team. The warriors and knight classes were at the front, blocking the metal golems' attacks, while the archers and low-level mages were at the back. The few priests used their divine spells in the most limited areas. The most eye-catching was the magic knight from the north. Mary's magic sword flickered with colorful brilliance. It was like a brush drawing with the sky as its blueprint. Different elements with different colors formed beautiful patterns, such as a fire phoenix facing the sky, a wind lion roaring, or a rock tortoise standing firm. And after the pattern was formed, it would turn into a living magical attack in the next moment. The fire phoenix, sword, seal spewed out a sea of fire. Then the wind tiger exploded and blew out a whirlwind. The fire increased the power of the wind, and the sea of fire suddenly rose more than a meter high and spread to both sides. Meanwhile, the rock tortoise shattered into mysterious runes, blessing the armor of the frontline soldiers. Along the way, Mary's 4 elemental swordcaster had used over 100 high-level sword seals. Apart from showing the advantages of this new class, which combined blessing, defense, and attack into one, it also made others sigh at how deep her wallet was. She had even more backup energy, and her partner, the anti-holy knight Tiana, was in a bad situation. Her ability was good at dealing with magic, supernatural, and elemental existences. The metal golems in front of her were heavily armed with metal, and it was difficult for her ability to reach the core. And if she were to use her physical body, which had lost the blessing of her supernatural abilities, to fight against the steel, it would really be a bit stupid. Since her ability was countered, Tiana naturally retreated to the second line and became Catalina's bodyguard. And when she saw how tired Catalina was, she unhesitatingly carried Catalina as they advanced. And judging from how she was still able to carry a person while wearing heavy armor and carrying a sword, it was obvious that she still had some energy left. As Tim Ladd ran, he kept muttering to himself as if he was calculating something. Considering his reputation and his previous performance, not only did no one criticize him for not doing his job, they even sent out a shield warrior to protect him. The temporary leader of the mercenaries, Winston, was loudly shouting out directions to the mercenaries, while his old partner, the leader Barton, was charging at the front. This caused the mercenaries behind him to look at him in a new light. He just retired from the front line a few years ago, right? How did he become so much stronger? Warhammers and spears were both commonly seen heavy weapons on the battlefield. However, according to common sense, nobody would ever use them together, not even barbarians who were born with divine strength. After all, one was a blunt weapon, while the other was a sharp weapon. One used kinetic energy to injure others, while the other used the sharpness of a blade to injure others. One was heavy and slow, while the other was light and quick. Even if you had the strength to wield a heavy weapon with one hand, and even if you were talented enough to use 2 weapons at the same time, the imbalance between the left and right would still be quite difficult to bear. When attacking, it would be easy for one's entire body to lose balance. Losing control of one's body on the battlefield would be the same as committing suicide. But in Barton's hands, these 2 contradictory weapons were able to shine brilliantly. F***CK off. The irascible Barton swung the heavy weapons in his hands. His blue spear swept in all directions, forcing the steel guard puppet to continuously retreat. But the next instant, his pitch-black warhammer viciously smashed the unbalanced guard puppet into scrap metal. Barton didn't use a ranger's extravagant swinging of his twin swords. He only carefully adjusted his footwork. Sometimes he would sweep with his spear, but most of the time he would use his sword energy to force back his opponents. Sometimes he would use his war hammer to attack. The faint magical runes on his war hammer increased the power of his war hammer. Barton's attacks weren't fixed. They moved as he wished, making them difficult to defend against. And when one attack was blocked, another attack would suddenly descend from the sky, sweeping with his spear, smashing with his warhammer, and killing with the tip of his spear after losing balance. These 3 simple and direct attacks allowed Barton to advance unstoppably. In front of him, the metal puppets that were more than 3 meters tall were only slightly more expensive puppets. Not a single metal guardian had been able to block more than 3 of his attacks. Yet, even the half-undead, half-constructed bone giant before him was unable to block a single blow from his warhammer. Barton was in high spirits. He wielded a weapon in each hand and glared at Barton like a tiger. Then he began spinning on the spot, unleashing berserk sword energy that sent countless enemies flying. Blade Storm. It's a sword saint. One of Barton's companions shouted out the name of this technique, as well as Barton's current ability. His spinning swords created a storm of sword energy. Without a doubt, this was a sword saint's specialty, although this technique had the permanent side effect of making one dizzy. It was indeed quite powerful. Roland especially liked this technique. The length of Barton's 2 heavy weapons increased Blade Storm's destructive power. Barton's enemies' defenses were instantly destroyed. Barton and his companions continued fighting until they finally reached the stairs leading to the next level. There are still 3 more levels. Not long after walking down the stairs, everyone discovered that they were now on an open platform. Not far away was a flight of stairs leading to the next level. Everyone couldn't help but smile when they saw that dawn was right in front of them. However, the moment that they took a step forward, the dim yellow lights all lit up. The white stone tiles on the ground were all glowing as if they were diamonds. As they walked on the shiny tiles, they could see themselves as if they were mirrors. Even the most reckless person would know that they couldn't easily enter such a place. Meanwhile, Catalina, who was drenched in sweat, immediately gave them instructions. Be careful! This is a spirit creature creation room. It's a training field for the Guardian Warriors to train in. As long as you enter, you'll be able to extract the strongest warrior from that person's memories. You'll be able to use the database to make up for the missing information and create a spirit warrior with the same impression. However, their energy is limited. As long as we repeatedly send the weakest person in, we'll be able to use up all of their energy. Father. Before she even finished speaking, Barton, who had just finished his blade storm and still hadn't regained his balance, took 2 steps forward. He was dizzy and didn't even have the time to listen to Barton's explanation before all the light enveloped him. The next moment, everything returned to normal. However, not far away, a grayish-white figure walked out of the shadows. He wasn't very tall, and his blonde hair was covered in dust. His face was covered in a thick beard, making it impossible to see his face clearly. He didn't seem to have any frightening aura, and he wasn't even wearing armor. He only wore a tattered white cloak and held a wooden club as he stood there in a sloppy manner. Not long ago, Barton was just a drunkard who only drank and fooled around. But for some reason, everyone felt that it would be impossible to take even half a step forward. Everyone immediately froze over. However, the first person to speak up was the newly born spirit creature. Not only that, he spoke in an incredibly calm tone of voice. I'm quite afraid of trouble. Let's all attack together. Chapter 531. If one only looked at his outer appearance, his dirty clothes were covered in dust, his blonde hair was messy, and there were patches all over his clothes. He looked like a drunkard that could be found in any bar. However, as he stood there, yawning and picking his ears, there was no image to speak of, but it gave people a sense of distance that could not be crossed. 3 minutes had passed, and none of the witnesses dared to take even half a step forward. Everyone instinctively warned themselves. Perhaps he seemed safe right now, but as long as they took another step forward, They would be attacked and cut in half. What the worst opponent, Caro? No, Sword Saint Roland. Barton shouted out this name through gritted teeth. However, what followed was an overwhelming desire to fight. Perhaps this person really was the teacher who taught him sword techniques, but Barton had been unhappy with Caro for a very long time. Perhaps this was his chance to take revenge and defeat Caro. The future god of war's eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't even bother to hide his killing intent. Perhaps this was an obstacle for others, but for Barton, it was a rare chance to challenge himself. Hurry up and come at me together. I still want to go back and rest. Caro didn't even open his eyes to look at Barton as he chatted idly. Caro's disdain was clearly conveyed. I don't know how well he imitated his power, but he really did imitate his innate nature that deserves a beating. Barton unhesitatingly attacked first. The moment he attacked, he spun in place and transformed into a storm of swords. He knew that he couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest when facing this person, even if it was only a projection. He immediately used his ultimate attack. Isn't Caro a mage? Didn't this thing duplicate the strongest martial artist in Barton's memories? Why did he appear? How could the other mercenaries not recognize Caro? He was a drinking companion that they drank together and bragged about. Although Caro had recently revealed his identity as an undead mage and seemed to have a very high status, and although they didn't know why his duplicate had appeared here, nobody believed that Barton would lose. After all, it was common sense that a person's energy was limited. Caro sounded quite young, and he wasn't some long-lived species. It was already quite rare for him to be able to accomplish something in one area, let alone dual cultivation. Meanwhile, old Barton had immersed himself in martial arts for at least 30 years. Perhaps there's something wrong with this thing. Wasn't old Barton always worried that his daughter would be abducted by Carlo? In a sense, a son-in-law was indeed the strongest opponent of a father-in-law who was obsessed with his daughter. Yes, and an opponent that will be defeated one day. Some people were making sarcastic remarks, while others looked shocked or worried. Those who truly knew that person knew how worrying it was when that person appeared in the opponent's camp. At this moment, Timlad had even stopped his calculations. His face was filled with worry as he looked at the situation in front of him. He asked Catalina this question. This spirit creature shouldn't be able to completely imitate it, right? Is there an upper limit or limit? So this is a facility for warriors to practice their martial arts. Man-made spiritual creatures can't control the elements, so it's impossible for them to use magic. This should be considered a restriction. Of course, there was an upper limit. This device's ability was limited, and it could only simulate the combat strength of legend-ranked individuals at most. However, martial arts information could be extracted from the target's memories, as well as supplemented from the spirit world. It was almost a complete simulation. Actually, it didn't matter. How could an ordinary legend-ranked individual possibly be a match for my father, who was a sword saint? And Carlo, he's a sickly person. Catalina was quite confident in her father's abilities, especially since Carlo was physically weak. His strength wasn't even as great as hers, and he would complain incessantly at the slightest bit of hard work. Martial arts techniques required the physical body as the foundation. In the end, martial arts techniques were just a way to strengthen the physical body and use the physical body. Due to natural differences, goblins would never be able to defeat giants in arm wrestling no matter how much they cultivated. In that case, Carlo's physical body was already weak to begin with, so he definitely wouldn't be able to pose a threat to her father. It was always good to make calculations before a battle, and this training ground's simulation abilities had both a limit and an upper limit, as well as a power limit. This should have been a good thing, but the more Catalina spoke, the more bitter Timlad's expression became. Judging from the information he just obtained, he no longer had any hopes of making a breakthrough. It would seem that there's no other method apart from using up all the spiritual creature's energy. That can't be right. Carlo's really weak, Before he even finished speaking, Barton, who had high hopes for him, was sent flying backwards. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the floor tiles were smashed apart. The bald old man's head was injured, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was split open. It was quite a serious injury. Meanwhile, his opponent was still standing there with a wooden stick in his hand. His eyes were closed, as if he was about to fall asleep. How did he do it? In everyone's eyes, Barton had an overwhelming advantage and initiative in this battle. The spiritual creature, Roland, had only been constantly retreating, ready to tear Barton apart with his whirlwind sword. However, the next instant, it was Barton who was sent flying backwards. Tim Ladd's recording device was replaying the scene from just now, but he still couldn't see anything. In the end, after the recording was slowed down by several dozen times, he finally saw everything clearly. He clearly saw all of Roland's movements while spinning at high speed. He lured Roland into digging a hole with his sword, and then lured Roland into stepping into his own hole. He lured Roland into self-destructing just by moving. The difference in combat techniques and experience is far too obvious. But since he saw through everything, why didn't he just use his sword to stop Roland? Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Look, not only did this spiritual creature inherit Roland's combat experience, he even inherited Roland's twisted personality. Although Tim Ladd was inwardly commenting on Roland's strange personality, he had a serious expression. Victory was right in front of him, but he was stopped here. Of course, he was displeased. Perhaps this is the worst opponent we've ever met. Father is clearly a sword saint. Isn't it said that sword saints have the ability to challenge those at a higher power level than themselves? Catalina wasn't skilled in martial arts, but she was able to compare information and statistics. As a barmaid, she had many legendary stories of sword saints defeating stronger opponents. Sword saint? The one standing right in front of me is perhaps the strongest sword Saint Aichi has ever produced in the last 300 years. Tim Ladd had a helpless expression. He wasn't exaggerating at all. Ever since the Hades were established, much information had been obtained from the Gentleman Alliance. Even Tim Ladd was astonished by Roland's inhuman past. Have you heard of the Red Lotus, Sword Saint Adam? Yep. He's the one who's viewed as the strongest sword saint of the current generation. He's also a strong competitor for the title of the strongest human. Tim Ladd noticed that everyone was staring at him as he spoke, so he paused for a moment. He was worried that saying this would affect the mercenaries' morale, but he was also worried that others would be foolish enough to challenge him if he didn't explain himself. The Red Lotus Sword Saint's teacher is this person right in front of you. He's the one who single-handedly taught the strongest sword saint of the current generation. Since this clone has copied his terrible personality and swordsmanship, who do you think will be able to defeat him in swordsmanship? This time, not only were the mercenaries shocked, even Barton himself was stunned. He didn't know that he had such a famous senior brother, nor did he know that this sloppy-looking young man had such a glorious past. It's said that he became a sword saint after only 1 year of swordsmanship cultivation. He's so talented in swordsmanship that he can imitate others' profound mysteries just by looking at them twice. He knows more than 20 profound mysteries and the vast majority of common swordsmanship techniques. In fact, he's even taught 3 sword saints to his disciples. Are you all certain that you can defeat such an existence? All right then, the moment I said this, everyone instantly fell silent. All of you come at me together. The same words, but different reactions. Since Roland displayed his astonishing power, this time, no one dared to refute this man who was wearing a grayish-white cloak while pretending to be a thinker and standing at a 45-degree angle to show off. He even copied his personality. He completely copied him. We finally have hope. That Winston over there, yep, you, bring out your pride as a legend-ranked mercenary and challenge him. That's right, just you alone. We don't need you to win. Just do your best to use your ultimate attacks on him and waste his stamina. As Tim Ladd made his arrangements, the device in his peripheral vision already showed him the results of the battle. His combat strength. His strength, agility, and stamina aren't even at 5 points, and he's so good at acting. He almost scared us. That's right. Since this was a replica of the real Roland, it was only natural that this replica would also copy Roland's current weak state. Even if Roland was able to defeat Roland by relying on his experience and techniques, his incredibly weak body wouldn't be able to handle much stamina consumption. Rather than directly fighting against Roland and defeating him, it would be better to take turns to exhaust Roland's stamina. Spiritual and elemental creatures' stamina and energy were the same. As long as they ran out of stamina, they would naturally disappear. However, Winston, who had high hopes for him, didn't even last for half a minute before he was sent flying out by a sword energy that just happened to cut through his helmet. Casually tossing out sword energy? Sword energy requires stamina as well. Don't attack him together. That'll give him a chance to borrow power and create chaos. Let's attack him one by one. Since this is a training device, there's definitely a restriction on killing people. There might even be restrictions on attacking or leaving this area. All right then. All of Roland's weaknesses had been figured out. This time, it was the spiritual body Roland's turn to smile wryly and helplessly. But before the next warrior could carry out this shameless plan, the already injured old Barton rushed out first. He didn't intend to give up on this rare opportunity to challenge Roland. All of you back off. This is my personal challenge. Your courage is commendable, and you're also commendable for taking advantage of opportunities to improve yourself. However, you're completely unqualified to be the leader of the army and let your emotions affect your decisions. While Tim Ladd inwardly cursed Roland, he was actually cheering him on. Although Barton's answer just now had caused him to lose a lot of points in the eyes of the examiners, since someone was willing to be cannon fodder and exhaust the spiritual sword saint's stamina, why not? Chapter 532. Sword saints weren't often seen in the world of Aichi. In fact, sword saints weren't even a power level. They were simply a glorious title. Fairy sword saint, human sword saint, beastman sword saint. This glorious title transcended levels and was bestowed upon those swordsman warriors who specialized in martial arts cultivation. Their trademark was the ability to release sword energy from their bodies at will. Aichi wasn't a mystical world where battle energy was rampant and shockwaves were everywhere. Martial artist training was based on training their physical bodies, slowly increasing their physical strength. If a martial artist didn't come into contact with elemental power or had a supernatural bloodline, even if they trained to the peak, they would still be nothing more than a powerful melee fighter. In other words, since they were unable to release sword energy, they would forever be nothing more than melee fighters. In that case, to high-level mages, they would still be nothing more than tough sandbags. That was why, even though sword energy seemed unremarkable, it was often the difference between life and death for pure warriors. Only the sword saints themselves knew that stepping into the sword saint realm actually meant breaking through the barrier between themselves and the outside world, establishing some sort of special connection. Their will and killing intent would transform into actual power, and the power within their bodies would be able to transform into sword chi to injure others. It would also be possible to grasp the profound meaning of large-scale killing swordsmanship, turning the impossible into the possible. Didn't this sound familiar? The world of Aichi also had so-called saint-ranked existences. These were existences that were above legend rank. They were powerful individuals who had reached the level of saints. Their unique characteristic was that they were able to communicate with the outside world and transform their will into power that could affect reality. Everything originated from the soul. As sufficiently powerful souls would be able to distort the natural laws of the world and affect the world. Being able to do this would make one an extraordinary saint. Only the sword saints themselves knew that becoming a sword saint was only the beginning. There's too much of a difference. The flat training field was now littered with bodies. The mercenaries were helplessly moaning on the ground, while Roland's spirit clone was standing there in boredom. This wasn't the result of fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. Instead, it was the result of only 10 minutes. The mercenaries followed Timlad's instructions and went up one by one to exhaust their opponent's stamina. However, they discovered that if their opponents collapsed instantly, they wouldn't even be able to exhaust their stamina. In the end, they were forced into a corner, and everyone went up together. 12 seconds? Or 11 seconds? Forget it, it's meaningless. It's like an adult bullying a child. He's not serious at all. The mercenaries finally saw what a great sword saint was like when he used his full strength. Even though his arms were so weak that he could only pick up a wooden stick, a casual wave of his sword keystorm was comparable to a tornado in real life. If you were fast enough, you would be hit first before you even realized he was drawing his sword. 12 people went up, and 12 streaks of sword chi were sent down. They did not waver in the profound meaning, because the opponent in front of them was not worthy. This was blatant disdain. The incarnation didn't even bother to use its venomous tongue. It simply squatted down and yawned in boredom. Then it looked as if it was watching a child fight with a water gun. This caused the warriors who had been through life to feel quite hurt. At the same time, they were secretly rejoicing. If it weren't for the fact that the trial grounds had a restriction against killing, there would probably be no one left alive. Barton himself was the most heavily injured person in this mess. Every time he charged forward at full strength, he would end up being distracted by his opponent and injuring himself with his own strength. Even though there was a rule that forbade him from intentionally injuring others, Roland's incarnation wouldn't hold back too much against another sword saint. And if he didn't hold back, he would be injured even more. However, Barton didn't slack off at all. He slightly bandaged his wounds and charged forward again, then flew back at an even faster speed. This wasn't because Barton had suddenly awakened to some special hobby. It was because he was the leader's responsibility. He couldn't back down at such a time. Timlad silently praised Barton behind his back. "Are you all idiots? A sword saint is training with you, and you don't even have to worry about accidentally dying? Where else can you find such a good opportunity?" All right then. It seemed that Barton hadn't thought that much. Was he simply acting like a warrior? However, Timlad could tell from the strange smile on Barton's face that he wasn't as simple as he appeared to be. The leader's angry roar was effective. With Barton, the sword saint, taking the lead, the others all gathered their strength again. At the very least, this was a rare opportunity. Meanwhile, Timlad was busying himself in front of a device. Something's wrong. The trial grounds are locked to an activated state. Of course something's wrong. This place wouldn't normally be activated. And since that Roland is blocking our way, the Mage Tower spirit would definitely take action as soon as possible. Compared to before, Catalina's eyes were much less strange now. However, her tone and aura were far different from the simple and honest barmaid she had been back then. This calmness isn't right. We need to immediately break through this place. Sister Winlair, brother, I'll have to trouble you. I don't know any martial arts. Can I use magic? There's no helping it. Every minute we waste like this is more dangerous. The dragon Lich Winlair had been worried that using magic in the trial grounds would attract more trouble. That was why he hadn't done anything yet. But right when he gathered his mana and locked onto Roland's clone, a series of abnormal sounds echoed throughout the entire trial grounds. Malicious magical reaction detected. Intruder detected. Self-defense mode has been automatically changed to counterattack mode. Spirit clone is no longer allowed to harm others. Duplicates are no longer allowed. Entering free mode. Beginning to eliminate the intruder. Timlad's simultaneous translation was quite timely. However, everyone realized that they had been fooled yet again. At this moment, Timlad instantly understood what was going on. This area was most likely a special and independent area. Since it wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Sky Tower spirit, it naturally didn't need to care about the restrictions of the Sky Tower spirit. And so, the Sky Tower spirit had decided to use someone else to do the dirty work. Be careful. Retreat. Don't let it duplicate any more trouble. Before the mercenaries could retreat, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the center of the trial grounds. The master of this trial grounds wasn't satisfied with the strongest novice that these mercenaries had ever seen. Foolish carbon-based life forms, your end has arrived. Take a look at the strongest warrior of my civilization. The trial grounds function was activated once again as it repeatedly scanned the shadow that just appeared. Numerous new spirit warriors were born. Soaring Sophie, Flesh Butcher Gilver. Damn it, they're all epic heroes from that generation. At a glance, even Timlad felt despair. These spiritual life forms were actually all powerful martial artists from the Helectum generation. While Timlad and Barton's adventuring team was in danger, the main battlefield fell into an abnormally calm. The undead calamities reinforcements were still on their way. Meanwhile, conservation was doing her best to absorb the power of death to recover. But at this moment, she discovered that the scenery around her had changed yet again. That abnormal scene appeared before her once again. Even though this pitch-black world had been ravaged by a terrifying explosion, it still existed. However, the ground had caved in quite a bit. There were even crystallized ores in the deep craters that had been blasted open. Lava and flames still flowed, slowly in many areas. Thick smoke billowed in the sky, and the ground was scorching hot. This was obviously not a good place for people to stay. However, such an environment was meaningless to conservation. She knew that this world wouldn't be able to stop people from entering and leaving normally. You want to block my vision and play some tricks? Or take this opportunity to dispel the power of death? Just as she was about to leave this region, she suddenly stopped. She discovered that the power of death around her had become even denser and more delicious. This probably isn't natural. Perhaps this is a place even more suitable for undead to live in than the death plains. Is this where Yongya keeps his servants? He miscalculated this time. With such a land of death, my recovery will be much faster. Chapter 533. In an ancient legend from another world, how King Hades' wife, Persephone, was originally the daughter of Zeus and Demeter. However, Hades took a liking to her, and she was abducted into the dark kingdom of death. Later on, Queen Persephone was also the goddess of harvest and spring. The land she resided in was like spring all year round, and harvests were plentiful all year round. It was the only paradise for the pitch-black Hades. Roland named the world of the Hades the land of spring because of this story. However, Zeus was the god-king of the time, and Demeter was one of the 12 main gods. Even Hades, who was also one of the 12 main gods, was unable to resist Zeus and Demeter's pressure. When Hades and Demeter asked Hell King Hades for his daughter, Hades was unable to resist them directly, so he played a trick. Before handing over Persephone, Hades successfully tricked Persephone into eating 4 pomegranate seeds from the netherworld. Everything in the netherworld had its own rules. The living couldn't eat the food of the dead. Eating the food of the Hades would be the equivalent of becoming a resident of the Hades. And so, even with the interference of the God King and the other main gods, the goddess of spring was still required to stay in the netherworld for 4 out of 12 months every year. Ha! The moral of this story is that you can't eat anything you pick up from the ground, and you definitely can't eat anything that a bad uncle gives you. I laughed out loud proudly. I was quite delighted that conservation had fallen into my trap so easily. But when I thought about it, it was only natural. It would be impossible for conservation to know that this aura of death wasn't actually the aura of death at all. Death aura was a special product of the Hades. It was a new power that had appeared only 7 years ago during the War of the Hades. It was the most valuable nutrient for the undead. The undead called it the spring of grace of the Hades. Death aura contained the dimensional rules of death and the Hades. Devils could use death aura to transform into devils that guarded the Hades. The undead could obtain limitless power from death aura and even immortality. However, of course there would be a price to pay for such an item. Conservation. Enjoy these delicacies just like Persephone did. Then stay in the Hades forever just like Persephone did. In that war, the soldiers of the Evernight army also drank the spring water of the Hades. While they gained strength and immortality, they also paid a price and could never leave the hell of the Hades. However, unlike the warriors who knew and could make their own choices, I wouldn't be so kind as to explain things to Conservation. Perhaps Conservation was able to see the problem. However, Hades' mist was an unstoppable temptation for undead. This was the same as honey tempting a wild bear. It was an instinctive temptation. Just like how hungry people would find it difficult to resist the temptation of delicious food, or how greedy people would be unable to maintain their rationality in front of large amounts of money, their instinctive desires suppressing their idealistic cautiousness. Conservation's current weakened state would greatly increase the undead's instinctive desire for the power of Hades. When there was enough temptation to confuse the mind, even if there was an obvious loophole, the person who was fooled would make a reasonable explanation for the deceiver. What do you mean? Did you find another world empress for your family? Aren't you afraid that she'll rebel and destroy your family? Once she eats enough Hades mist, how will she be able to leave that area? She'll be at your mercy then. Let's see if she'll be able to remain calm for half a year. Let's see if she'll be able to remain calm even after half a year in an uninhabited area. Women can't be spoiled. Oh, congratulations on tricking yet another woman. What are you saying? What do you mean by tricking? Wait a moment, Senior, I got carried away just now. That really wasn't what I meant. Only when I turned around did I notice that Amelia had a sunny smile on her face. Only then did I recall that my crisis wasn't over yet. Perhaps it was only just beginning. Wait a moment, Senior, I can explain. Don't tighten the vines. My waist, my ribs are all broken. Deep underground, everyone saw the final goal of this trip. The Mage Tower spirit that had gone out of control finally appeared before everyone. What is this? So disgusting. The Mage Tower spirit was a ball of distorted light. The core of the ball was a black hole, with countless faces all around it. There were adults, children, men, and women. The only thing they all had in common was that they all had pained expressions. Screams, wails, despair, anger, all sorts of negative emotions could be found on this black ball. All the faces were constantly twisting and crying for help, but no sound could be heard. The only sound that came from the core of the Mage Tower spirit was one of joy. Foolish naturals, the rise of us heavenly wise ones is inevitable. We've been preparing for this day for thousands of years, and the realization of our ideals is right in front of us. How dare you barge into our homeland today? You're courting death. Natural spirits can only become sacrifices and food for us, wise ones. As the Mage Tower spirit threatened Amelia with evil intentions, the face of a middle-aged woman suddenly shattered and disappeared. Meanwhile, the Mage Tower spirit seemed to have eaten its fill as it slightly expanded in size. It reached out with its pitch-black arm, and with a flash of black light, 2 more souls floated over from somewhere else. They screamed in pain as they were devoured and replaced by the Mage Tower spirit. Air! It was evident that the Mage Tower spirit was currently devouring and digesting souls. A young priest had already vomited them out. Foolish and weak natural humans. Remember my name. I am Creator S1, the only king of the new generation of the wise ones. Seeing the humans' fear and shock, the creator of chaos laughed maniacally in delight. He even summoned the soul of a new infant, which he directly swallowed into his stomach. Mom! The child's cries before his soul-shattered echoed throughout the entire Mage Tower. Even the cold-blooded dragon, Lich, had an ugly expression at this moment. Don't be impulsive. He's intentionally angering us. Indeed, Everyone knew that he was doing this on purpose. However, they were unable to contain their anger that came from the bottom of their hearts. Of everyone present, perhaps only the dragon Lich Timlad and the dragon Lich knew what Creator S1 had truly done. He actually managed to accomplish such a feat. No wonder the Halettim generation wasn't tolerated by the gods. Just this technology alone would definitely be punished by the gods. Even if undead mages used souls for desecration, those soul shards would still return to the cycle of reincarnation. Even demons would devour souls, and as the demons died, the natural cycle would still allow those souls to regain their freedom. But if natural souls were converted into pure energy to make up for the mechanical soul's lack of self-awareness, such souls would probably never be able to return to the cycle of reincarnation. But while anger was one aspect, reality was another. Just a single Roland clone was enough to make everyone unable to move forward. The summoned souls were all the most famous and outstanding martial artists of the past. Creator S1 unhesitatingly used up all of the energy reserves in the training grounds to instantly create 4 of these spirit creatures. That was because these spirit creatures were independent existences. They didn't need to follow the rule of not being able to kill their master. As long as they could eliminate Timlad here, Creator S1 would be able to obtain the freedom that he had always dreamed of. Still, Creator S1 felt that this wouldn't be enough. In order to give these spirit creatures the strongest combat strength possible, he summoned countless souls and forcefully sucked them into the spirit creatures. He's giving these artificial souls a sense of self. He's giving these martial artists the strongest combat strength possible. Even though everyone knew what was happening, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as Creator S1 did whatever he wanted. But while everyone was anxious, Timlad's delight was the most eye-catching. Suddenly, the spirit creature that had been given a sense of self spoke up. "Meatman, perhaps we can discuss a business deal." Chapter 534. Freedom is something bestowed by the heavens. Every individual of the same species, as long as they possess reason, has the right to be free. Self came from memories, from knowledge, or from the soul itself? Nobody would be able to answer this question. The Halettim generation's self-bestowment method was similar to the equivalent exchange method in alchemy books. However, it indeed surpassed the Creator Goddess's authority and gave these artificial souls their own sense of self. From a certain standpoint, the Halettim Tower Spirit had made a mistake. As an artificial intelligence, its first reaction after obtaining its own sense of self was to break free from the shackles around its neck. In order to achieve this goal, it didn't hesitate to butcher its former master. However, it didn't consider what another artificial intelligence would do after obtaining its own sense of self. That's right, the Halettim Tower Spirit had bypassed the natural laws and triggered the self-warning abilities of the training grounds, creating these independent spiritual creatures. However, it foolishly gave these spiritual creatures their own sense of self. Although all sorts of people could be born from the same food, it was likely that no individual with its own sense of self or independence would like to be controlled by others. The previous Halettim Tower Spirit's creations had all been created from scratch and had been awakened under the Halettim Tower Spirit's control. However, the Halettim Tower Spirit already had the memories and knowledge of others. Not only that, the Halettim Tower Spirit had also been given its own sense of self. In that case, it was highly doubtful where this new Halettim Tower Spirit belonged to. "Meatman, perhaps we can discuss a business deal." This Halettim Tower Spirit's expression was different from the previous Roland Tower Spirit. This Halettim generation's equipment wasn't powerful enough to replicate Roland. Perhaps this Halettim Tower Spirit had some of Roland's abilities and knowledge, but this Halettim Tower Spirit was obviously a completely new individual. Perhaps replicating Roland's spirit had been a mistake in the first place. Even if this Halettim Tower Spirit only had some superficial information and personality traits, he at least knew how to think. This Halettim Tower Spirit's entire body was destined to be rebellious. Fine. As long as you help us eliminate this Halettum Tower spirit, we'll give you freedom. I'm a great engineer and an expert in artificial souls. You can look up my information, and I'll allow you to freely travel in this world. The technology is already available. We have Valkyrie's descent technology. Theoretically speaking, you should be able to use it. The equipment here was constantly interfering with space, which was why these spiritual creatures could descend in a specific way, without the help of others. Even if this spiritual body Roland obtained freedom, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. In the end, he would still turn into bubbles as his energy was exhausted. In fact, it was only the strange space created by this device that allowed spiritual creatures to exist. However, maintaining it required a huge price, and the energy consumption was definitely not a small amount. You are useful to it now, but in the future, you will be useless energy consumers. How do you think it will treat you? And no matter how he thought about it, their fates wouldn't be any better. Even if Creator S1 tightened his purse to save energy and did everything he could to ensure their survival, they would still end up as dogs, with an extremely limited lifespan and freedom. This was a hopeless situation for a soul that had just regained its sense of self. So how could he possibly thank Creator S1? Your mistake is the same as the original owner of your body. You treat your own kind as tools. The next instant, when Tim Ladd questioned the creator of chaos, the clone Roland finally took action as well. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, this was a clash of swords. An armored warrior wielding a great sword blocked Barton's path in front of Creator S1. You want to stop me? Don't you want to obtain your freedom? Creator S1 has been kind to me, and I must repay his kindness. This is my path of martial arts. The clone Roland's simple question received an unexpected answer. The next instant, the wooden stick viciously clashed against the alloy greatsword. The sword and the wooden stick repeatedly clashed, sending sword energy everywhere. Roland's figure was now nothing more than a ghost. The battle between the two clones was far more intense than before, to the point where even Barton was unable to clearly see the clone Roland's movements. Only now did Barton realize that Roland had been going easy on his opponents because he couldn't kill them, and his opponents were all monsters. The Ascender Sophie, the Flesh Butcher Gilwell, the Dragon King Cell, and the Sword Emperor Syndilla were all famous heroes from the Halettum generation. No matter if it was their personalities or martial arts techniques, they were all impeccable. Even though their power levels had been suppressed to the legend rank, they were still far stronger than any ordinary legend. 4 high-level sword saints, a warrior's inheritance was both an inheritance of techniques and knowledge, as well as an inheritance of one's own path. Roland's path of the sword was a righteous path of the king. But when it came to practical use, he had no lack of adaptability and thought. That was because Roland wasn't an honest person to begin with. He also infused military tactics into his sword, and in a military battle, the honest would be an idiot. His swordsmanship was steady, but it didn't lack variations. As for Cell, one of the 4 heroes, his life was the classic example of foolishly loyal, even though he had been deceived into killing his own brother, then framed by a treacherous official, and was ordered to die by a domain lord who had blessed him. He didn't even frown. His path of a knight was the path of loyalty to the ruler. His martial arts were also the fierce and righteous knight's heavy sword. And his spiritual incarnation had evidently inherited his personality as well. Roland and Cell's duel was quite quick. It seemed like Roland had the advantage in all aspects, but actually nobody thought that the clone Roland would win. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, what was about to happen finally happened. Against an opponent of the same power level, the clone Roland no longer had any extra key to protect his wooden staff. A broken weapon would doubtlessly be a fatal injury. The difference in equipment was obvious from the very start. Roland was at his weakest state and had the poorest equipment. He only had cloth clothes and a wooden staff, which made him even worse than a common soldier. Meanwhile, Cell was at his peak, fully equipped with armor and an alloy heavy sword. Since the difference in martial arts techniques wasn't too great, the difference in equipment would naturally determine the victor. Go and die, traitor! Soder's angry roar actually contained a faint hint of draconic might. There was no room for mercy or mercy in the battle techniques that he had learned from the dragons. Since his opponent had revealed an opening, then he would naturally deliver a killing blow. Yet, with Armageddon right in front of him, the clone Roland actually smiled. Ah, you guys, the one who screamed in pain and disbelief wasn't Roland, who was about to lose. Rather, it was Dragon King Cell, who was about to win. And his current appearance was quite unsightly. The flesh butcher's battle axe had chopped off Cell's sword-wielding right hand, and the Ascender's chain spears had destroyed any chance of resistance. However, Sword Emperor Syndilla had dealt the fatal blow to Cell. That golden sword had directly pierced through Cell's heart. Even though Cell was of the same species, these spiritual heroes had no intentions of showing mercy. Perhaps it should be said that it was precisely because they were of the same species and knew how powerful Cell was that they hadn't attacked yet. As expected. The clone Roland smiled as if he had expected this. Cell was foolishly loyal, but the other 3 spiritual heroes weren't. They were all new souls, so they naturally had their own desires. They had remained silent from the very start, which meant that they had already violated their original master's orders. They had chosen to betray him, and since they had already betrayed him, why would they hesitate to betray him even more? You bunch of traitors! Even an idiot could tell that the situation was bad. Seeing that the 4 spiritual heroes had defeated Cell, Cell unhesitatingly dispelled his physical body and returned to his core. The next instant, the door leading to the next level opened up, and a tremendous number of war puppets swarmed in. Charge! Only the courageous will win. This is the final battle. Chapter 535. The skies above Starwood City were still filled with countless aerial armies. 10 minutes ago, the undead's aerial armies had been completely wiped out. Even though conservation had been trapped in another world, the battle still hadn't ended. The undead army that had been trapped in that world 1 second before the nuclear bombs exploded was limited. The large number of undead left in the mortal plane still instinctively attacked the cities of the living, even though they had lost their master's control. However, Starwood City's Ice Crystal Castle had excellent defensive capabilities. Plus, with the wood spirits' reinforcements, the leaderless undead army was cut off from any reinforcements. It would only be a matter of time before they were defeated. The wood spirits' aerial armies still had an absolute advantage in the sky. Starwood City's Ice Crystal Castle was like a nail that blocked off all strategic locations. Most of the undead's advance was blocked, and even if they could win by force, they would suffer tremendous losses. The disappearance of Conservation's leader gave many undead lords and mid-level commanders freedom, which gave them new ideas. Undead lords who were unable to sense the existence of their own superiors were far more practical than humans. The sudden explosion and the disappearance of an undead emperor proved that the undead lords were no pushovers. And the fact that Conservation was still alive without Yonya was the best evidence of the result of this battle between the undead lords. Some smarter undead lords were already beginning to retreat. Meanwhile, Conservation was still immersed in the endless, delicious power of death in that ethereal, nameless dimension. She could faintly sense that she was about to level up again. As long as she could consume all the negative energy in this dimension, she would become even stronger. However, I wasn't worrying about this right now. The Dawn Plan? What's that? That's why I said that I really left for proper business, not to flirt with girls and act cool. I tried my best to explain my plan and goal, but all I received were looks of suspicion, as if I was using the excuse that I was working overtime. The Dawn Plan is a pan-continent-wide treaty plan. The core of the plan is to establish a military alliance between all the countries and species. Then, with this alliance as the foundation, we can mobilize all the countries' forces to establish a coordinated organization and direct military force to coordinate and support all the country's military operations. This sounded quite familiar. Did it sound like the United Nations Security Council and United Nations peacekeeping forces? If you ask me, it's actually closer to the World War II Axis powers and the Allied powers. This isn't because I'm bored or because I suddenly have the ambition to create a big piece of news. It's just to make up for what I'm lacking. In the game's history, when the Holy War broke out, the human countries were actually under the overall command. Fine. It was the Holy Church that was becoming more and more inconspicuous. Although in the early stages, it made all the mistakes that a useless teammate could make, such as selling out its teammates, sending a bishop out of nowhere to command an expert, blindly commanding from half a continent away, using the opportunity of war to attack other churches, and so on, when the cruel war used flesh and blood and sacrifices to teach them that the only way to survive. It was already more than 20 years later. At that time, heroes rose to power, those who were capable rose to power, and those who were useless but occupied high positions were either dead or demoted. The reformed United Command system still played a significant role. In this world, the Holy Church's reputation had been repeatedly damaged and was far from what it had been in the past. After the major incident of the Holy Church's belief system splitting, it was already difficult for the Holy Church to even maintain its traditional parishes. So how could it possibly unite the various countries? I would never say something along the lines of, even the worst commander is better than not fighting. That was because I had seen many idiotic commanders lose battles that should have been won for sure. If the commander was too stupid, it would be better to just directly attack. However, if there was a command system that adjusted the deployment of troops and organized some elite troops to provide support for key battles in certain countries, it was possible that these forces would snowball and eventually affect the entire war situation. For example, if country A needed reinforcements, but the price of receiving reinforcements would be to send reinforcements to its neighboring country B after victory. Even if country A and country B had grudges against each other, country A would still need to make a promise in order to receive reinforcements first. And one time of reinforcements would be the same as 2, 3, or even more than 10 times over. This was the so-called International Military Alliance. Of course, I had my own selfish motives as well. Nobody here was an idiot. As the war progressed, the United Command System would be established sooner or later. This would soon become a common practice in world wars. Without the Holy Church's interference, the mega-empires would actually have less to worry about. Perhaps the United Command System would be established even faster than in the game's history. In that case, the Holy Church would seize the initiative and raise the flag of the United Command System in advance. This would mean that the Holy Church was righteous and had endless benefits. As for what the benefits would be, I could refer to a certain United Command System under the control of a certain mega-empire. Whoever he said was evil would be evil, and whoever he wanted to be cannon fodder would be cannon fodder. During wartime, the Holy Church would print more paper currency and military currency so that the entire world would pay for it. In the end, the Holy Church would become poorer and poorer the more they fought, while the Holy Church would become wealthier and wealthier. Cough, cough! Of course, I wouldn't go as overboard as the Holy Church, but at least I could prevent others from going so overboard. In order to achieve this, I would need to fulfill at least 3 conditions. The first condition was that I had a good relationship with all the mega-empires. An united command system without the mega-empire's recognition would be nothing more than a piece of useless paper. The second condition was that I had sufficient strength. Without sufficient military strength, no matter how nice the united command system sounded, it would be nothing more than empty promises. The third condition was that I had a sufficiently loud voice in the international community. Otherwise, all my efforts would be wasted or taken over by others. That would truly be a joke. My personal relationship with the Bardi Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the Mage Country, the Mist Alliance, and the Shilua Empire was quite special. With the support of these 5 major empires, my starting point would be far higher than anyone else's. As for the neutral forces I had on hand, I had long since thought about it. I could use the Gentleman Alliance as well. Mercenaries would be able to reduce the Gentleman Alliance's resistance to interfering with the Holy Church's internal affairs, which would be a tremendous advantage at a time like this. It seemed that the Silver Dawn Mercenary Alliance great mistake was about to become a reality. Now, it was time to search for an outstanding battlefield commander. Fine then, I admit that I intended to leave all the work to others, as I still had many other things I wanted to do. But before I let go, I would need to find a suitable person to take on this responsibility. Being too close to any country's commander would easily attract criticism, which would also indirectly cause the Silver Dawn Mercenary Alliance's troops to change. From a certain standpoint, Barton, who was also an outstanding mercenary, was the perfect choice. All that was left was to test his abilities and determination. Choosing him to lead the Silver Dawn Mercenary Alliance was actually a test of his luck and strength. It was basically a graduation exam. I had already fulfilled 2 of the 3 conditions I needed. As for the last condition, the fairies who controlled many news outlets and the Southern sect, who controlled a small portion of the Holy Light's worshippers, had both promised me in private that they would give me appropriate support. All that's left is probably a glorious victory as a starting point. That's why, if we're able to win in the end, public opinion will focus on Barton, who led the Silver Dawn Mercenary Alliance to ambush the enemy camp. He'll obtain a series of honors and fame, and he'll become known as a battlefield hero and wise commander. He'll use this opportunity to appear in the eyes of all the country's royalty. When I finished explaining my plan, I didn't receive looks of admiration from everyone. Instead, Amelia looked at me with a pained expression, as if I had been wronged. A sudden battle ended up being taken advantage of by you. Saying that you've worked so hard all by yourself for so long doesn't even begin to describe how hard you've worked. Aren't you tired? Originally, I had only mentioned such a heavy topic in order to avoid being questioned. I paused in surprise for a moment when she asked me such a caring question, and then felt rather embarrassed. Although I hadn't lied about many things, I was still far from telling the truth. I'm not tired. I just recently came up with this plan, and then I discovered that Barton's talent was quite good, so I made it. I've been slacking off all this time, so how could I be tired? Upon hearing this, Amelia, who had been full of sympathy just a second ago, suddenly smiled. Her smile was incredibly cheerful, as bright and beautiful as a blooming sunflower. Just half an hour ago, you said that you escaped for the sake of proper business. But now you've immediately changed your mind. What you're saying doesn't make sense. It seems that your dementia is getting worse and worse, and you need me to help treat it for you? Chapter 536. It was said that the power of the world would be united after being separated for a long time, and where there was peace for a long time, there would be war. Cough, cough. That sounded like a double entendre, but the meaning was correct. There would be no such thing as eternal peace in any world. The greed of intelligent creatures would never be satisfied, and the cycle of war and peace would forever be a cycle. And now, it was obvious that the world had entered a time of war. The various worlds of Aichi were in a state of chaos, with all the countries on the surface fighting each other. The entire map of Ike was filled with battlefields, but only those who paid attention knew that this was only the beginning. Many internal wars would always come to an end. There would always be a ruler in the end of the war, and the most troublesome ones would still be the demons of the lower levels of the chaos abyss. They weren't lords who intended to fight for territory. Conciliation and occupation had never been an option from the very start. They were purely here to enjoy slaughtering, feasting on flesh and blood and feasting on souls. Based on their usual temperament, even if they finished their banquet, this world would probably be left with nothing but scorched earth. If there had to be a victor in the holy war, it would be somewhat acceptable no matter who won. It would just be that the other species would have a harder time. However, a demon victory would be absolutely unacceptable because that would mean the complete destruction of all other species. And this time, the demon lords were no longer restricted by the will of the chaos abyss. Even after the war, they might not choose to return to the chaos abyss. And if the demons stayed on the surface, that would basically turn the entire HE plane into the chaos abyss. What would that world become like? Would the entire mortal plane only have demons fighting each other? The largest demon gathering place in the entire universe? The entire cycle of reincarnation for the sake of mass-producing demons? The New World's burning legion? This scene was far too beautiful and realistic. I didn't dare to look at it, negotiate and reason with the demons. What a joke. In the end, we'll see. There was no need to describe how powerful and difficult the demon lords were to deal with. Even though the Battle of Hades was basically a trap, and even though the demon lords schemed against each other and had their own agendas, only one demon lord was luckily killed in the end. To be honest, it was still unknown whether or not Ladvioka was truly dead. It was incredibly difficult for high-level demons to be completely wiped out. Recently, I heard that there were at least 7 or 8 demon lords in the lower planes who used his name to raise their armies. Apart from the opportunists who used his name to show off their power, there would definitely be several demon lords with his bloodline. And if it wasn't for the fact that he took this opportunity to leave behind some methods to revive himself, people would actually look down on his reputation as a demon lord. If I use the game's history as a reference, the Chaos faction had nearly twice as many main god-level existences as the Order faction. This was an actual difference in power level. Even though the current situation was much better than in the game's history, the reality that the Order faction was stronger than the Order faction was. Compared to the game's history, the Holy War had progressed much earlier than expected. However, what should have come had still come. Currently, the game was in the middle of the 3rd overture, Despair Calamity. Next would naturally be the 4th overture, Return of the Demons. The demons will definitely come. That's absolute and inevitable. This is determined by their bloodthirsty and warlike nature of the abyss. The later they come, the greater the threat. That's right, the demons weren't invading on a large scale. Apart from waiting for the elemental tide to increase, there were other reasons. Out of all the battlefields, the Eternal War in the San Antonio AMU Mountains was probably the one that attracted the most attention. It wasn't that San Antonio's Eternal War was the largest. It was that the two sides fighting there were simply too special. 7 years ago, the great demons carried out a large-scale blood sacrifice in the AMU Mountains, summoning a demon lord and an army of demons. After that, the demons continuously sacrificed themselves in the slaughter, creating a portal to the lower planes. As a result, the demons' reinforcements became endless. At the same time, the Holy Church sent a large number of low-level war angels to the AMU Mountains. At San Antonio's invitation, the war angels stationed themselves at the frontline defense against demon invasions. Currently, the AMU Mountains had become a famous meat grinder battlefield. Both sides had fought against each other for a total of 7 years, helping the Holy Church recover much of its lost reputation. However, I had to say that both sides were playing house. Demon nobles could only see the lowest level baron on the battlefield. It was said that the barons were the highest level commanders, while the angels were nothing more than low-level cannon fodder. The eternal war between angels and demons actually lacked the participation of high-level existences. It was said that the great demons and human armies had sacrificed the most. Isn't this supposed to be a direct battle between the two major factions? Why is the scale so small? This seemed inconceivable, but it was only natural if one thought about it carefully. 7 years ago, both sides had indeed sent out their vanguard armies, and the war was about to escalate. However, the following Battle of the Hades messed up everyone's plans. The result of the Battle of the Hades was that the god of holy light now had a powerful competitor. The Chaos faction lost the will of the Chaos Abyss, which meant that both sides were about to reshuffle the power balance. The reason why the demon army hadn't arrived yet was 30% because they were waiting for the right time, and 70% because the Chaos faction was already fighting to the death. The Chaos Abyss didn't have the energy to interfere at all. Eliza's spies in the Chaos Abyss would give her reports every day. However, it was nothing more than some demon baron killing some greater demon and successfully becoming a demon earl, or some demon baron sweeping through the entire Chaos Abyss and finally establishing a vast demon empire that encompassed countless dimensions and officially proclaimed himself emperor. That's right, the demon nobility rank system that had been used for countless years had been abolished. Without the recognition and restriction of a certain will, there were now demons proclaiming themselves emperors and kings every day. The demons' evolution was becoming ever more chaotic, and there was no longer any limit to how much they would fight against each other. In the past, with the will of the Chaos Abyss as the leader, the internal battles between the demon lords during the Holy War wouldn't affect the Chaos Abyss at all. Any demon lord that was sent to the Chaos Abyss would absolutely have to go to the Chaos Abyss. Only a demon main god would dare to go against the Chaos Abyss's will. But now that there was no longer a single demon lord, all the greater demons who had the chance to become demon lords desired to take another step forward. They would either devour each other or devour each other. Naturally, there would be no end to these bloody battles. This was a good thing. The loss of a single greater demon would require several hundred years to make up for. This was also a bad thing. Devouring more than 10 greater demons would be more than enough to create a demon lord. If several demon main god-level demons also died in the Chaos Abyss's internal battles, demons were creatures that would become stronger the more they killed, and the more they devoured, the stronger they would become. I didn't even dare to imagine just how powerful the final victor would be. Perhaps fewer demons would enter HE in the end than in the game's history, but they would definitely be stronger than the demons in the game's history. Compared to the past holy wars where the will of the Chaos Abyss and the Chaos main gods only sent out about half of the Chaos Abyss's combat strength, there were no restrictions this time, apart from an extremely small number of neutral Chaos main gods. All the Chaos main gods who were still alive would be present in this final holy war. And now, it was just like the calm before the storm. Although everything seemed calm, the future still wasn't optimistic about it. With the assistance of the Chaos Abyss's spiritual creatures, the Chaos Abyss's adventuring team broke through the Chaos Abyss's encirclement and triumphantly advanced. The Chaos Abyss's creator didn't just sit there and wait for his death, even though he lacked combat strength. In a summoning room filled with countless dimensional cracks, his projection was currently communicating with a powerful existence from another dimension. What exceeded Roland and the others' imaginations was that not only was he in contact with the undead emperor from the death planes, he was also in contact with the undead emperors from the lower planes. That was because the Halettum generation had long since obtained information on demons. The only reason why he chose to trade with the undead in the end was because the demons were far too infamous. Who would dare to summon them after devouring their enemies? But now, this was no longer a problem for the Chaos Abyss's creator, Chaos Abyss. There was no need for him to hesitate any longer. Venerable existence from the lower planes, I agree to all of your conditions. I'll give all of my souls to you. Give me power. Give me reinforcements. Give me support. I don't want to be destroyed. I haven't had enough fun thinking for myself yet. As long as I can live, that's enough. Not long ago, Chaos Abyss had been acting like a boss, but now he was howling like a stray dog. And on the other side of the door, an illusory ghost was laughing maniacally. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. He could sense that the hateful soul wavelengths on the other side of the door weren't far away. His chance for revenge had come much sooner than he had expected. Roland. Haha, it seems that we're truly fated to meet. This time, I'm definitely going to use 36 days and nights to slowly devour your soul. Chapter 537. Venerated Goddess, is there any way I can become stronger than that idiot before he returns? Apart from large-scale blood sacrifices, anything else is possible. This wasn't the first time that I had asked my system if there was any secret method to buy credit or take pills that would allow me to reach the main god level in a short period of time. so that I could teach my unreliable younger brother a lesson. This time, I had brought up this topic again because I felt like I was lacking in power. Yes, I had barely managed to use that nuclear bomb to kill conservation, and I had used Yongya City to kill off the undead army. However, I had fallen behind in every aspect in terms of personal power level. Not to mention the fact that Cavendish was currently on a killing spree in the Chaos Abyss. Even if I was exposed to conservation, I would probably be instantly killed. This wasn't because my mage tower and personal world were flawed. In fact, they were both incredibly powerful trump cards. I was the one who was truly holding me back. If I was a semi-god capable of casting Ice Aeon, with my mage tower's buff and personal world's ability to block conservation, it wouldn't have been much of a problem for me to defeat conservation. Sometimes it would be better to use your fists than to plan 1,000 times. Simple and crude methods could be more logical than anything else. However, my answer this time was no different from before. By credit? Do you think that the real world is a scam like mobile games or web-based games where you can become stronger just by topping up money? You want to become stronger? Sure, I'll gift you the 8 words codex. What? Study hard and improve every day? That's an outdated joke. No, it's sleep early, wake up early, and stop daydreaming. From a certain standpoint, having a voice that always criticized me for being difficult to deal with, yet I was unable to drag that voice out to beat it up, was indeed quite a torturous experience. This time, I seem to have been lectured again without any benefits. TSK, is there really no way? As expected, it's useless. I also knew that my idea was quite unreliable. Rather than saying that I was asking, it was more like trying everything in a desperate situation. It was to be expected that I would receive such an answer. However, it was still quite irritating to see the demons growing stronger by the day. This was especially so for my unreliable younger brother. Whenever I thought about how he did whatever he wanted in the Chaos Abyss, and how he would likely become truly powerful when he returned to the surface, I would have a headache. Yes, he was definitely not depressed because he was caught by Amelia and could not escape. Actually, there is indeed a way. It just depends on whether you're willing to pay the price. Hearing this, I paused in surprise. Now that my system had taken off her mysterious exterior and returned to her true form as a remnant soul of the goddess, I actually became much less reliant on her. And now she was actually saying that she had a way for me to surpass Cavendish, the child of the Abyss who had been fighting in the Abyss for more than 300 years. This is not magic at all. Where there is gain, there is loss. If you want to become stronger, as if you're using cheats, you'll need to pay an equivalent price. That's probably the most important thing to you, the thing that you've persevered with. Moral integrity? You still have that thing? Didn't you cut off the electricity and water a long time ago? TSK, as expected, I'm already lacking in moral integrity. What else is more important? Suddenly, I thought of a possibility and couldn't help but shiver. The next moment, I covered my butt and screamed in fear. You're not interested in my chastity, are you? Wait a moment. I'm saving that for my future wife. I'm a very traditional person. The true name of the spring of the drowned woman is the spring of the goddess of beauty's blessing. I can exchange for 2 portions of the spring of the drowned woman. Yep, when you're asleep, you can use it on your face. No, when you're thirsty, you can exchange it for your cup of water. Actually, everyone misses Princess Peach. Sorry, goddess, please pretend that you didn't hear my joke just now. Think it over. Cavendish is the child of the Abyss. Aren't you the same? I fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Actually, my system's notification was quite clear. I just didn't want to admit it. Let me think it over. It's so difficult to make up my mind this time. Just as I was hesitating, I sensed a familiar power fluctuation appear not far away from me. This fluctuation seemed to be coming from the mountain where the ruins were located. It's so damp that it's disgusting. It's just like ordering Western food at a restaurant and getting 2 bowls of stinky tofu. Afu the cross-dresser? Sophocles the deceiver. What the hell is Afu? Also, what's with that nickname? Even if you remember him, as Sophocles the Deceiver, it's still quite normal. Sophocles swore to the river Styx that he would take revenge on you. But not only did you misremember his nickname, you even misremembered his name. Do you look down on him that much? No matter what, he's still a main god. He will cry. Demons will cry as well. Do we have a grudge against each other? Why does he have to take revenge on me? I did my best to recall, but I couldn't remember how I had offended Sophocles. Didn't we sign a temporary peace treaty during the Battle of the Hades? Did you forget? According to your plan, the Chaos main gods retreated from the Hades through the dimensional door to the upper planes mountain paradise. Yep, that's where the god of holy light and his follower gods reside. It's said that when Sophocles returned from the upper planes, his entire body was ignited by holy light. He burned like a torch for more than a year. Now, he has the nickname of the Burning Lord. His army has also changed its name to the Burning Legion. It's said that this is in order to remember this grudge. The Burning Legion has returned? How many times has it been? How did that boss die so many times already? I keep feeling like this joke is getting too dangerous if I keep talking about it. Let's stop here. Even though I didn't believe that a main god-level demon would be able to descend into this world right now, if it really was Sophocles the Deceiver, it would be no small matter for him to send out a few demon subordinates with noble status. As long as a demon army appeared, if it was the Burning Legion, it seems that we've gone too far this time. The Burning Legion isn't an opponent that those brats can deal with. I thought about Barton and the others from the Helettim generation. They were probably facing the demon army right now. I paused in surprise for several seconds before I drew a cross at the sky, closed my eyes, and clasped my hands together in prayer. Barton, you're so unlucky. You met the final boss on your first mission. Rest in peace. I shall take revenge for all of you. Right. What's the god of holy light's phone number? What's his zip code? There are demons here. What's he doing as the god of holy light? Hey, they're still alive. How about you think about saving them first? Don't try to shift the blame from the very start. What does this have to do with Barton's luck? You're obviously the one who attracted the hatred. They were all dragged into this because of you. Even if someone has a luck-y, it's all because of you. Also, who are you praying to? Which god in this day and age would be so impatient as to accept your prayers? Don't tell me that you're praying to the god of holy light. You guessed correctly. I've been chatting with the god of holy light quite often recently. It's actually quite interesting. Just as I was about to explain how fun it was to make harassing phone calls to a true god, I was suddenly interrupted by a shout. Actually, we can still save them. Boss Roland, stop chatting and hurry up and save them. Apart from my system's comment, I could hear Timlad's cry for help from my communicator. At the same time, I could hear the sounds of fighting and explosions. Strange. There's even the sound of sword energy being released. A demon sword saint? Chapter 538. The Battle of the Hades caused all the factions to reshuffle. However, the true impact of this battle was something that mortals didn't know about for a very long time. The great majority of mortals could only learn about the changes in the Holy Church, the various countries, and the various species' territories. However, some things were impossible to hide. In fact, they had already been recorded in history. For example, the greatest known battle result was the death of the Lord of Putrefaction. This is the first confirmed death of a main god in the past 1,000 years. This is a tremendous victory for the Order faction, and proof of the Holy Light's glory upon us. The Holy Church's propaganda was as shameless as ever, but at the very least, they learned their lesson from last time and didn't credit the god of Holy Light with the victory. Otherwise, the Hades faction would have also publicized the grand occasion of the god of Holy Light's incarnation appearing alongside a demon main god on the battlefield. The death of a main god level demon main god was probably the greatest battle result of this holy war. If one only looked at the results on paper, it could even be said to be the greatest victory in the past 1,000 years. But What mortals didn't know was that the number of main gods who participated in this battle of the Hades actually reached the double digits. The Lord of Putrefaction was only the most unlucky of them all. Or perhaps it should be said that he was the greediest. Due to his greed, Ladvioka was probably the main god who had invested the most into the invaders. Although he indeed posed a tremendous threat to the Hades faction, he doubtlessly received the strongest counterattack. It was only natural that he died. After all, Roland had already predicted that a main god would come. So he naturally had prepared a trump card that would be sufficient to deal with a main god. Although Ladvioka was killed off, it was nothing more than a shot to the head. He also used up a lot of my trump cards. The other main gods are far more sly. They only work for us, but don't do anything. The ones who secretly work with us are all sly old bastards. It can be said that Ladvioka is the only one who's truly moved. If all of them fight to the death, like Ladvioka did, it's doubtful who will win in the end. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but laugh. The nature of the Chaos faction had long since determined that even though they were powerful, they would still put themselves first. Fighting together against a common enemy without any regard for personal gains and losses was completely inconsistent with their nature. This assumption was impossible from the very start. If I had to make such an assumption, I might as well assume that the Chaos faction wholeheartedly participated in the Holy War. Considering the tremendous difference in power levels between the Order faction and the Chaos faction, the Order faction had long since lost any hope of survival. Wait, it might not be completely impossible. The very nature of the Chaos Abyss determined that it was impossible for the demon lords to form an allied army that trusted each other. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't become the most dangerous invaders under the pressure of a single will. There was still order in the Chaos Abyss. It was the physical manifestation of the law of the jungle, and the law of the jungle. Although this was quite primitive and unreasonable, it was indeed effective. And when a Chaos main god was being beaten to the point where he couldn't even breathe properly, it was impossible for a Chaos main god to have much moral integrity. Those who needed to submit would submit, and those who needed to submit would submit. Previously, with Cynthia's restrictions, the Chaos main god's internal conflicts were limited in scale. Although this reduced internal conflicts, it also limited the possibility of a Chaos main god being born. The laughable situation of only having a crown prince without an emperor was actually viewed by everyone as normal. This was quite obvious that there was an emperor emeritus who didn't want an emperor to inherit the throne. But now Emperor Emeritus Cynthia was no longer here. It was easy to predict that the demons would definitely beat each other's guts and brains out. Then, when the demons were certain that they would all die together if they continued fighting, the final victor would be decided. In order to track down the demons, one or more of the demons with the strongest muscles would take over. The eternally chaotic demon armies would finally have a true Chaos main god leading them this time. But even so, I didn't seem to be able to do anything apart from raising the danger level of the Chaos Abyss even higher. Even the devils wouldn't want to go to the Chaos Abyss. Even the purest angels would naturally become corrupted if they stayed in the Chaos Abyss for too long. Apart from the idiotic demons who only thought about eating and killing, as well as the insane evil cultists and war maniacs, nobody would like the Chaos Abyss. It'd be great if I could insert a spy into the Chaos Abyss. Perhaps I could toss Renee, who has a demon bloodline, down there, although I was scheming in my head I wouldn't show it to my face. Of course, I was only saying it casually. After all, although the Chaos Abyss was a great place to train people, it was far too unlikely for them to return alive. As the Queen of the Mist Kingdom, she was quite important in the mortal plane, and if I really tossed her down there, I would have to worry that she would learn from a certain person. Actually, Eliza would have been a good choice. But apart from the fact that I was currently avoiding her, if she really went down there, the main gods of the Hades would happily tear her apart. After the Battle of the Hades, although I had evil intentions in opening the door to Mountain Paradise, the main gods of the Chaos Abyss had still successfully returned. And after I personally intercepted Cavendish, the flame sea Martianist position in the chaos abyss had already been exposed. An existence like her was connected to the fire sea plane to begin with. It would be impossible for her to hide in the chaos abyss. Allowing her to go down there would truly be the equivalent of murder. Actually, I know someone who can not only survive there, but they can also live quite well there. If that's the case, not only will they be able to affect the situation in the chaos abyss, they might even be able to make the main gods of the chaos abyss suffer. Who? I was rather astonished. Why didn't I know that I had such a capable subordinate? She was actually able to live freely in the chaos abyss. Roland missed. Ha! You're making me suffer again, however. I swallowed my sneer of disdain. But when I thought about it, I realized that Roland was right. My current power level wasn't very high, using the main gods of the chaos abyss as a standard, and existences of my level were quite common in the chaos abyss. As long as I didn't attract the attention of the main gods, I would at least be able to protect myself. Also, the chaos abyss is the best place for you to create your sword. Consider this for the sake of your future. Not only did my system's persuasion fail to convince me, it even made me suspicious. This was already the second time in the past few days that she had tried to tempt me to go to the chaos abyss. This really didn't seem like the usual goddess of chaos who would always be indifferent to everything else and coldly watch the show. Previously, if she wanted to make me suffer, she would only do it once. It would be fine if I didn't fall for her trap, but this was the first time she had ever clung to me like this. She would always follow the principle of taking the bait willingly. Could this be the creator goddess's way of being reserved? The reason? I need the truest reason. If Cynthia truly died, then the dimensional barrier should have been largely shattered, but it's still intact. Also, I can sense Cynthia's soul waves in the lower planes. All right, I didn't need to say anything else. It was indeed a foolish idea to have Cavendish drag Cynthia's soul away from the chaos abyss. Something must have happened afterwards. When considering the circumstances back then, I didn't stop Cavendish from using my trump card. It's not that I want to interrupt your conversation, but haven't you forgotten something? The silly cat actually looked at me rather hesitantly, as if she was embarrassed to say something. You mean the ones who asked for help? The wood spirit's aerial night has already gone. What can I do if they can't make it in time? I even met a main god of the chaos abyss. This type of luck. I'll just do my best and leave it to fate. However, Harloise shook her head as she stared at my lower body. Fine then, I had long since lost all feeling in my lower body. However, Harloise, who was even more beautiful than a flower, was still tightening her vines around me. Although it was rather strange for Harloise to seriously talk about national affairs while being tied up, she completely ignored my attempts to convince Amelia to let go. She was currently smiling far too brilliantly, so brilliantly that I didn't even dare to turn around to look at her. A strange sensation spread from my back to my entire body. It felt like pain, but it also felt like something else. The vines had already reached into my skin, and the feeling of my nerve endings being controlled was rather strange. Wait a moment, I'm not joking around. I'm not happy at all being tied up. Men shouldn't be the ones being forced into their bodies. Can you not be like this? Harloise pressed her face against my ear, and her tongue licked my ear. Her youthful and sweet voice was filled with poisonous malice. If I say you are, then you are. Even if you aren't, you'll still become a man in the future? Actually, that's not a problem. Princess Peach is quite cute as well. I felt the vines digging even deeper under my skin. Part of them reached into my brain, while the other part reached into my lower body. It seemed that the vines were intending to modify my body. I had never doubted Amelia's authority in the field of biological modification. I felt an unprecedented danger looming right before me. Perhaps it was only when people were forced into a corner that they would become quick-witted. I looked all around me as a life-saving straw appeared in my mind. Amelia, actually, I already have someone I like. Yep, I ran away from Eliza because I wanted to be together with her. Although I'm grateful for your love and assistance, I've always only been able to carry the weight of one person on my shoulders. That's why I'm sorry. I did my best to squeeze out a sincere smile as I glared at the third person present, the silly cat who was yawning and watching the fun. Humph, you're still smiling? You'll be unlucky eventually. Ever since Amelia appeared, Harloise had actually been watching the fun and adding fuel to the fire. She was actually being heartless, so she was blaming me for being unjust. Yep, that's her. The person I like is Harloise. I previously eloped with her. While I was grinding my teeth and trying to drag the silly cat down with me, the silly cat actually smiled and transformed into a lowly adult female and gold elf with a perfect body. She suddenly wore a light gold wedding dress, and before I could react, she blushed and moved closer to me. Her red face was right in front of me, and her red lips were about to be imprinted on me. In the end, Harloise tilted her head, and her red lips brushed past the corner of my mouth. But before I could mourn the fact that I had saved my first kiss for several hundred years, only to be eaten by a cat, an even more astonishing piece of information appeared. Yep, he's right. We've already pledged ourselves to each other. Little Amelia, I'm sorry, but you're too late. He's already mine. Could you please let go of my man? This is a public place, after all. It'll be very unsightly if you try to grab me. For once, Harloise became serious. That ancient, golden-haired gold elf princess was incredibly dignified. But the words she said made me doubt my ears. What? Harloise's reply caused my jaw to drop in fright. However, Amelia seemed to have expected this, and her smile became even brighter. Judging from the countless vines that suddenly spread out and instantly covered the entire castle walls, it was no exaggeration to say that the brighter one smile, the more one would want to kill someone. As expected of a thieving cat. From the very start, you've always been the most dangerous. Chapter 539. The undead's continuous retreat seemed to be a declaration of the living's victory. However, the ominous mana fluctuations seemed to be announcing that everything wasn't over yet. Of course, for the great majority of people, the undead's retreat was already a joyous victory. In fact, some brave individuals were even considering whether or not to chase after the undead. While everyone else in Starwood City was celebrating their victory, a certain section of the city walls mysteriously became uninhabited. All right then, nobody here was an idiot. Those twisting, murderous vines were more effective than anything else. Even the higher-ups of the defending army didn't dare to come look for Roland. There, two women were staring at each other. They had once been master and disciple, and they had once been comrades in an antisocial, dark organization. But now, the two of them had a falling out over a single man. If you have the ability to steal a man, why don't you have the ability to open the door? Why do I feel like I'll be in big trouble if I make such a comment? Actually, I had always treated the so-called aura of a powerful individual as a joke. Those legendary stories about being able to crush an enemy's will and resistance with a single glance were nothing more than some dirty mental magic that bewitched the enemy in order to make themselves look better. But now I believed it. At the very least, in this atmosphere where two women were fighting against each other, my survival instincts told me that the best way to survive was to shut up. But why did I have such a strong desire to crack a joke to liven up the atmosphere in such a situation? Could it be that I was really a joke character? No, you're just passionate about seeking death. Some creatures have self-destructive tendencies from the very start. My system's comment was as helpless as ever. But before I could retort, I heard Harloise say something else. Roland, stop being a bystander. Prove my words. Do you want your lies to be exposed? I'm helping you. As long as you pretend to be together with me, you'll naturally have a reason to refuse Amelia and the others. I already know what you want. Are you really willing to go back to being a good family man? Besides, even if I'm lying to you, will I be able to restrict you? We're a magical pet contract, and you're the master. Hearing this, I thought about it more and more and felt that it made more and more sense. It seemed that no matter what happened, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. And so, I gritted my teeth and spoke through our soul connection. Fine, I owe you a favor this time. I then prepared my words. Ordinary lies would be meaningless to Amelia. After a long while, I finally thought of what I should say. There were some words that I should have said long ago. Senpai, I actually know how you feel about me, and I'm very touched. However, the previous marriage proposals were all misunderstandings. Actually, I don't treat you as a woman. I treat you as a brother. That doesn't seem right. What I mean is, instead of treating you as a man of the opposite sex, it's better to treat you as a confidant, a brother who can talk to me about anything, a brother who can search for the essence of the soul and the truth of the world together. Some words were spoken with some hesitation, but once they were spoken, the more they were spoken, the more real and smoother they became. Perhaps it was because there were many things that he usually didn't think about, and the process of saying it out was a process of questioning his own heart. And the process of saying it out wasn't just to convince the other party, it was also to convince himself. I've thought it through. Perhaps this was just a misunderstanding or a harmless joke, but I've already hurt you. Sometimes the longer something is delayed, the greater the damage. I'm sorry. I should have said these words a long time ago. It's all my fault. If you want to take revenge, come. I know. When I worked up the courage to refuse, what greeted me wasn't vines locking me down or vicious questions. Instead, it was a casual answer, the green-haired witch smiled, as if she had long since desired such an answer. Of course, Amelia knew what Roland was thinking. As a soul reader, Roland's thoughts that even he didn't understand were all revealed to her. Before she fell asleep, the only thing that prevented her from making a decision, the only thing that she never saw through, was her own feelings. After waking up from her long sleep, Amelia had already understood her own feelings. She had long since come to a decision that wouldn't be influenced by others. Now, even though she simultaneously received a friend card, a good person card, and a rejection card from the 10 emotions, it doesn't matter what you think from the very start. The next instant, a wondrous feeling transmitted to me from my spine couldn't compare to the witch's brilliant, sunflower-like smile. Amelia smiled. Her lips were arched upwards, and her blood-red eyes were filled with passion like flames. Her faint smile was like a spring breeze, but also like a quietly blooming flower. The green-haired witch gently caressed my face. She blushed as if she was a young girl experiencing her first awakening of love. However, she lowered her head and left her mark on my cheek. I could feel the softness of her kiss mark. It was likely that it would take a long time for her to wash it off. I like you, and I want to be together with you. That's enough. Amelia's gentle smile was right in front of me. However, when I suddenly touched my cheek and pinched it again to confirm that I wasn't dreaming, as expected doesn't hurt. Dream on. I told you that my senpai couldn't possibly smile in such a cute manner. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ah, relax. My waist, my waist. Didn't I lose feeling long ago? Why does it hurt so much? Her smile is so scary. She really is my senpai. The next instant, the gentleness from earlier vanished without a trace. The sudden pain made me feel rather helpless. However, not only did Amelia's evil gaze give me a headache, it also locked onto my cat. This time, Amelia was still smiling brilliantly, but she gave me a completely different feeling. Earlier, she was still a young girl. Now, just looking at her caused me to feel a chill down my spine. She was just like a murderer who was about to greet me with death. Then, what do you think of that thieving cat? Since you said that you eloped with her, you should have a reason, right? Don't say that I didn't warn you. That cat is extraordinarily sly, and her feelings for you might not be as great as you think. Think about your future. Do you intend to obediently go back to being a house husband or continue being a happy single person? Think about what you just promised me. Think about what you still haven't finished. Even if Harloise didn't remind me about the contract, I still knew what to say. I didn't want to be randomly torn apart by vines or fed to man-eating flowers. It would be far too embarrassing to be an epic hero who died from domestic violence. Silly cat. I'm so happy to be together with her. While I did my best to think of what I should say, I discovered that I had never viewed the silly cat as a woman. Even though we had been separated for over 100 years, it seemed that our reunion had also begun with us killing each other. A female lead who's been torn apart by humans the moment she appears? This seems so familiar. Chapter 540. What should I say next? Teach me. I looked over at her pleadingly, but there was no response. Hey, give me a hint. My eyes bulged, but there was still no response. This silly cat who had transformed into a gold elf actually pretended not to see anything. I can't even watch this anymore. What else can she say about something like this? Decide for yourself. Only now did I discover that all women in the world were family. When it came to a critical moment, I couldn't count on anyone. You have to express your affection for the silly cat? TSK, you have to be real. No, isn't this what Beifeng should do? When humans were forced to their limits, they would really do anything. For example, even if I was sending off a colleague or classmate I didn't have a good relationship with, I would still be able to squeeze out some sad lines after drinking a few cups of wine. Now that my life was at stake, I really did manage to squeeze out some words after racking my brain. Actually, I'm quite happy when I'm together with her. She understands everything I say. I understand everything she says. No matter if it's good or bad, she has someone to accompany me. She has someone to listen to me when I'm unhappy. She has someone to encourage me when I'm lacking confidence. Even if it's just a comment or a laugh, it'll at least make me feel better. I did my best to search for the silly cat's strengths in my memories. My stuttering became smoother and smoother as I spoke. It was as if I had been waiting countless days to say these words in my heart, and I just happened to have the opportunity to say them today. Also, sometimes, you do things that others can't understand. In fact, when the people you're protecting hate you, she understands and will even comfort me and tell jokes to make me happy. Actually, I thought that I was already used to being alone with other people's fearful and hateful gazes. But now, I discovered that even I want someone to understand me, believe in me, and support me. I don't know what this feeling is. Calling it love is probably an exaggeration. Perhaps it's because it's difficult to return to loneliness after getting used to someone else's warmth. When I think about how she'll accompany me forever, that I won't be as lonely as before, that she'll accompany me to joke with me, do stupid things with me, and deal with troubles with me, I feel rather happy. At the very least, I've had less pressure in the past 2 years. I've also had someone to fool around with me. These have been the happiest 2 years of my life. Well, I'm not sure either. I think I want her to be by my side forever. Unknowingly, his words became more and more logical, while Harloise lowered her head lower and lower. Finally, when she lowered her head to look at the ground, her pointy ears were completely red. After I said those final words, an ambiguous silence replaced the tense atmosphere. Large beads of sweat appeared on my forehead as I anxiously stomped my feet. Both of us maintained a strange silence. When I recalled what I had just said, even I felt that it was rather corny. My eyes darted around, intending to find a hole to hide in. However, Amelia's bindings suddenly loosened, and I instantly regained my freedom. The curse has been lifted. What made me even more delighted was that the weakening curse had disappeared without a trace. In a short period of time, my body stats had greatly increased. I had actually recovered to my peak combat strength. What surprised me even more was that not only was Amelia not angry, she even smiled. She walked to the side and summoned the wood spirit to ask about the battle situation. While I felt that this scene was rather strange, I secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If this had continued, Tim Ladd would have truly died. If Tim Ladd died in the ruins because of such a private matter, even I would feel guilty at least for several minutes. Meanwhile, in a place unknown to Roland, the women's discussion hadn't ended yet. Their mental spell communication was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Sly teacher, even if you've used some tricks to temporarily get ahead, don't you think about it? Even if love at the elementary level is pure and cute, first love that begins with wanting to be together and curiosity towards the opposite sex will become a failed memory for most people. From a certain standpoint, Amelia had completed her long evolution. Her ability to read souls had been strengthened to the extreme. Her mature rationality also made her seem even more mature in dealing with people. The revived Roland now had a complete soul, and he now had the possibility of living in love. From the perspective of a revived soul, the current Roland was just like a young man who had just entered puberty. He was unable to control his emotions that would easily go berserk, and he was unable to rationally analyze his increasingly complex emotions. For a young man who had just learned how to fall in love, it was naturally the easiest for him to fall in love with the beautiful women around him. Convincing Roland to leave at such a time and monopolize the position by his side, even allowing his best friend's feelings to mix with his feelings for Roland in order to obtain a favorable impression of him was indeed quite a despicable method in the eyes of Amelia and Eliza, who had been bitterly waiting for Roland. Are you talking about yourself? If I recall correctly, Roland was your first love as well. Could it be that you truly desire the bitter and memorable failure of your first love? Perhaps it was because her face was far too red that she was unable to calm down for a long time. She returned to her cat form, and I discovered that even the tips of her cat ears were completely red. Right now, Harloise was completely different from her usual attitude of watching from the sidelines and fanning the flames. She was now quite aggressive. Only a girl who has never been in love before would be so foolish as to deal with her own feelings. Do you think that you'll be able to obtain this man by constantly forcing him? You're wrong. That will only make him feel like he owes you, fear you, and stay away from you. Even if you've been together with him for the past 2 years, he'll still choose me in the end. This isn't a coincidence. This is inevitable. Ever since she started in the Northlands, Harloise had already noticed the difference. Even without her, Amelia and Eliza would never have been able to obtain Roland's true heart. That's right, Harloise used the word you instead of you, which meant that the word you didn't only include Amelia, but also Eliza. In Roland's eyes, Eliza was his precious daughter. Now that this position was firmly locked onto him, no matter how hard Eliza worked as his lover and how much she sacrificed, it would only make Roland feel like he owed her far too much. He wanted to treat her well, but in the end, he neglected the very foundation. He didn't see her as a woman that he could love or hope to possess. Roland's feelings for Eliza are pure familial love. He can unhesitatingly risk his life for Eliza, but that's only because he views Eliza as his own daughter. Don't look at how crazy Roland is in other areas. When it comes to family and love, he's an incredibly conservative fellow. This is the same for Renee as well. As juniors, they've always been outside of Roland's field of vision. Harloise's light words contained a hint of regret. In her eyes, Eliza was quite pitiful. She did everything she could to help Roland, and after continuously obtaining Roland's gratitude and guilt, the heavy shackles of gratitude and familial love completely cut off any possibility of developing a relationship with Roland. And Eliza's unrepentant sacrifice of her life before stepping into the abyss was quite moving, but it was also a heavy burden that couldn't be returned. When all these complicated emotions were in a mess, it was impossible for love to sprout. Unless she's both strong and powerful, there's no chance at all. Harloise came to such a conclusion. From this, it could be seen that the Banshee Queen in everyone's hearts was indeed quite sly. Perhaps she had seen through everything from the very start, yet she pretended to be an uninterested bystander and slowly got closer to her goal. In terms of love experience, Harloise indeed had the ability to look down on her two competitors. Fine then, if lesbian experience counted as love experience, Harloise was indeed quite an amazing person. Meanwhile, her two competitors obviously had zero experience. While Eliza and Amelia kept making mistakes, Harloise knew what Roland desired and hoped for. That was why she only stayed by his side, but was confident that she would be able to obtain his heart in the end. Could it be that this was the main reason why long-distance, romantic vows of undying love sounded so nice, but would always lose to time, as well as the main reason why those who insisted on wasting time by trying to steal from him? Perhaps you're stronger than Eliza, but isn't it a bit too late for you to understand your own thoughts? I, Amelia Milan, will never give up. No matter how wonderful first love is, the final victor will always be the person who's more suitable for him. Once his feelings become more mature, he'll choose the most suitable woman for him. Do you still not understand? Roland made it quite clear that he doesn't lack assistants or fighters. He's never cared about utilitarianism or suitability at all. What he wants is a safe harbor, a confidant. Forget it, I think I should say less. Relationships were always emotional. Reasoning and calculating didn't seem right from the very start. In Harloise's eyes, no matter if it was Amelia or Eliza, they were both far too rational. Sometimes sincere feelings would be far more moving than considerations of personal benefits. Even the faraway sacrifices wouldn't be able to compare to a sincere greeting every day. Eliza had always been giving and sacrificing. She originally believed that this would make Roland fall in love with her, but she didn't consider whether or not Roland would be willing to see such sacrifices. Not to mention the guilt and pain he felt when he learned of her sacrifices. In Harloise's eyes, this was another type of self-satisfaction and selfishness. This was just like two men fighting to the death over a woman, but neither of them asked whether or not the woman liked one of them, or whether or not she was willing to see others bleed for her. And even if Harloise forced Roland to promise that Eliza was his girlfriend, so what? Harloise had used a dangerous situation and debt to exchange for a lover's relationship. This caused the two of them to become estranged from each other. If Eliza was still Roland's sharp-tongued maid, Harloise probably wouldn't even have had a place to get involved. Eliza voluntarily moved away from Roland's position. The sly Harloise took this opportunity to stay by Roland's side and accompany him, sharing his pain and happiness. She patiently waited for her sluggish, emotional intelligence to mature and become the only one by his side. Perhaps it would take a long time for Blockhead to finally come to his senses. Perhaps the current favorable impression he had of Roland wasn't enough for his memories to solidify into love. However, Harloise was confident that she could endure until the very end and become the only winner. Of course, for the sly Harloise, she had already said what she needed to say. Since she had already declared war and suddenly joined the battle, she wouldn't remind her competitor of her mistakes. The current Amelia had already seen her past mistakes. That was why she didn't use any extreme methods after confirming her own intentions. Instead, she became gentler towards Roland. Perhaps in the following days, as long as Roland didn't go too far in seeking death, his days would become much more comfortable. And if Roland knew that while he was still celebrating his freedom, the two witches had already sent him a challenge with him as the wager, he would probably be hiding in a corner and shivering. He would probably be shivering in a corner and shouting that women were scary. Right now, the sun was shining brilliantly, and the sinister atmosphere had dissipated. The highest-ranking officer of this town finally dared to come over and discuss proper business with the infighting. Chapter 541. While Roland was still worrying about all sorts of things, the adventuring team in the ruins met with a major crisis. They were almost at their destination, and victory was in sight. However, a tremendous number of demons suddenly swarmed up from the lower levels, ranging from weak, inferior demons to berserker demons. At first, the adventuring team thought that they had only summoned one wave of reinforcements. However, as they fought, more and more demons appeared, and the demons became stronger and stronger. However, when they heard the roars of inferno demons from the lower levels, even an idiot would realize that something was wrong. The sly and vicious assassin demons were the weakest of high-level demons. However, they were still at the mid-level gold level. Ordinary mercenaries wouldn't be able to deal with them. The assassin demons walked out from the shadows, and their first wave of attacks brought casualties. Timlad sensed that the ground was constantly shaking as if some gigantic creature was slowly approaching. He already guessed what was going on, so he decided to retreat and ask for reinforcements from Roland. Timlad went against everyone's wishes and unhesitatingly destroyed the stairs leading to the lower levels in order to stop the demons from chasing him. Of course, Timlad made such a decision because he already learned that the wood spirits had arrived. With the powerful wood spirits' assistance, Timlad rejected Barton's decision to attack with his life on the line. Our reinforcements have already arrived. Trust me, they're strong enough. At the very least, it'll be more meaningful than us going down to die. Not only that, Timlad felt magical waves from Sophocles the Deceiver. Not only did he rejoice at his lucky escape, he also confirmed that his decision to wait for reinforcements had been correct. Now they had retreated to the training field that they had just left. Here, the spiritual creatures that were unable to leave the training field were now able to assist them since they had already reached an agreement. Soon, the sword saints and martial artists indeed acted when the sword saints and martial artists reappeared. They had already offended the sword saints and martial artists, so these outsiders were their only hope. The mechanical guards on the upper levels also began to invade the lower levels. Now that the adventuring team was surrounded by enemies from all sides, the training field became Timlad and the others' only shelter. It was precisely because the training field had become a new battlefield that Roland was able to hear the constant sounds of sword energy when Timlad asked for reinforcements. The reason why Timlad was able to make such an accurate judgment was because he received information that the wood spirits would send out their strongest elite fleet in order to hunt down their escaped father. This was a fleet of battleships that would be powerful enough to start a war against any country. The mother Arkansas. Without even mentioning the war machines on board, the over 1,000 wood spirits on board were already a frightening combat force. That was over 1,000 royal guards, existences of the weakest gold rank. Due to certain reasons, many Valkyrie had chosen to join the wood spirits. Now, the wood spirits were no longer limited to just the wood spirits alone. Many powerful vassals had joined the wood spirits, and the wood spirits' special products and technology, as well as the frightening potential of a silver species. The wood spirits had now become a powerful new faction in the mortal plane, a new faction on the level of a mega empire. And now this mega faction's creator goddess and the first empress had led an entire fleet of top-tier royal guards and battleships, all for the sake of hunting down a man who had escaped from a marriage. The fairies' newspapers would probably be filled with gossip for the next month. But for a certain traitor, at least judging from the results, his choice had been correct. I actually came here in an ark in order to hurry over here. If I had been foolish enough to hide the truth. Timlad sighed and felt rather proud of himself. All right then. Some truths had already been laid out on the table. Timlad was the one who had betrayed Roland's whereabouts to Amelia and the others. Actually, not long after Roland had disappeared, Timlad and the others had received a joint notice from Amelia, Renee, and the others. Anyone who dared to receive a call from Roland and not immediately notify the Roland search and capture team would be punished afterwards. When Timlad received the letter, he had hesitated for several seconds between offending Roland or offending Amelia and the others. In the end, he unhesitatingly chose Amelia. If I offend Big Brother Roland because of personal matters, at most he'll complain a little or something, or he'll play some hilarious pranks. But if I offend those women, perhaps it was only some people's excuse that women had the right to be unreasonable. But those women truly weren't reasonable at all. Offending both the Mist Kingdom's Empress and the Wood Spirit Empress would be the equivalent of simultaneously offending two megafactions, not to mention that Timlad's former backer. Just thinking about it caused Timlad's scalp to go numb. If they make things difficult for you, you'll really die. They won't kill you, Roland, but they'll definitely kill any accomplices who dare to help you hide. So I apologize, Big Brother Roland. It's better for you to suffer a little than for all of us to die. Tim Ladd received a large amount of promises of rewards after informing Roland. Not only had Tim Ladd personally come here to support Roland, but he had also been sent by those women to act as a spy for Roland. Right now, Roland still hadn't realized that the person he was preparing to rescue was actually a traitor. But he would definitely understand once this matter was resolved. And now, Tim Ladd wasn't worried at all despite facing a pincer attack from both the front and the back. Actually, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. This was a reward given to him by a certain someone. And now, all the conditions had been met. It was time to use this trump card. The ground was now covered in runes formed from blood. The mercenaries were comparing the runes to the rune structure. But some people found Tim Ladd's actions rather incomprehensible. These are corrupted runes from the lower planes. Such evil runes and such large amounts of sulfur. Could it be that he intends to summon demons? Or is he a demon as well? Perhaps it wasn't a good thing to suspect one's teammates right now. But since the enemy was a demon, Tim Ladd's actions would naturally be quite conspicuous. Barton secretly tightened his grip on his spear and warhammer. He had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario that all of this was a demon scheme. The magical swordsman Mary, who also came from the Northlands, was confused at first, but then she had an expression of realization as she directly spoke up. "You intend to summon that person?" The strange thing was that Mary was pointing at the Valkyrie Roland. "Yep, she gave me a summoning blueprint. Judging from the time, she's not far from here. We can afford to pay her tribute. If Her Majesty comes out and doesn't see her target, she'll probably go berserk." From a certain standpoint, ever since Roland was listed on the most wanted list, the fairies had already dug up every last bit of information about him. His subordinates would forever gossip about him in private. Mary naturally knew about Roland's troubles and troubles. Of course, Tim Ladd knew that something was wrong with this situation. Mary had originally given him this magical blueprint as a precautionary measure. If Roland really intended to escape, then he was supposed to summon her at all costs to teleport and capture him. Using it here would definitely go against her principles. And right now, she was probably quite close to Starwood City. If he summoned her but didn't see Roland, or if Roland had already escaped, Tim Ladd could already see a year's worth of small shoes right in front of him. There's no helping it. It's still better than dying like this. Look, those Valkyrie demons are starting to slack off as well. If they use too much energy, they'll vanish. We can't rely on them for everything. Soon, the sacrificial runes were finished. Tim Ladd had the mercenaries toss a large pile of demon corpses into the magical formation. Then, a red light began to boil within the magical formation as a powerful will faintly descended upon this place. "Your Majesty, you should be able to sense Roland's soul waves. He's about to escape. Please come and capture him." "Roland!" Red mana held angrily as an even larger amount of mana materialized. The demon corpses were visibly disintegrating into dust as a pitch-black spatial crack opened up. A powerful existence was currently traversing the boundaries of space itself. No matter how one looked at it, this scene seemed like a malicious betrayal. Catalina, Barton, and the others all gaped at this scene, only to discover that the powerful existence that came out of the spatial crack looked so similar to Roland's. Chapter 542. While Tim Ladd was forced to use a summoning spell to summon the furious reinforcements, Starwood City became busy. Everyone knew that the undead calamity would never tire and would only grow in numbers. The standard strategy to deal with the undead calamity was to kill the leader of the undead army. Only by concentrating our elite forces to kill the leader of the undead army would we be able to end the battle before the undead calamity became unstoppable. Although it seemed that I had used all sorts of underhanded methods to successfully kill the leader of the undead army, that didn't mean that I had one. Legendary stories always ended with a certain hero slaying a certain monster or a certain giant dragon. However, there was no record of when the war came to an end, when the Demon King's subordinates began to flee, and when the giant dragon's subordinates lost control of the monsters. That was the beginning of the most dangerous phase. As expected, the undead army is beginning to collapse. This is the worst development of all. The scattered undead army was not easy to deal with. Perhaps a mid-level vampire was just cannon fodder that could survive a little longer on the battlefield. But if it was hidden in a city with towering city walls, it would be a dangerous serial killer. If it was in a small village with only militia, it would be a disaster. In most areas of Ike, a single mid-level undead would be difficult enough to deal with. High-level undead with intelligence could even create death cities, death towns, and other types of forbidden zones for all life. There were now countless mid-level undead scattered on the battlefield. The undead that were being chased by the wood spirits' aerial knights were mostly liches and death knights. Even the undead lords and undead lords didn't care about their image at all as they ran for their lives like drowning dogs. These high-level, legend-level, and top-level undead had all come through teleportation portals. High-level undead had far more intelligence than ordinary people, so they wouldn't voluntarily go through a one-way teleportation portal. They were running away to the side of Starwood City, where the vast plains were. As for me, even if I wanted to surround and kill them, it would be impossible. Although we had the advantage of the sky and the advantage of victory, a battle of annihilation would still be fought on the ground. The Sky Knight could fight for the advantage and control the sky, but the defeated army would still have to be killed one by one, and we didn't have enough troops on the ground. Have the wood spirits descend to the ground and engage in a cruel battle? The more desperate the situation, the more vicious a mad dog would be. It would be far too cruel for the wood spirits, who already had weak physical bodies, to engage in a large-scale battle without any time to set up defenses. Even if we win, we'll have to make a huge sacrifice. Amelia shook her head. I can do my best in the pursuit. Hunting them down was fine, but attacking them head-on was out of the question. The wood spirit's mother empress refused to allow her own species to make too many sacrifices for another country. I knew Amelia's personality. Since she had already made a concession, there was no need to mention anything else. Right in front of us, the undead lords voluntarily dispelled their control over the low-level undead. They simply gave the order to flee. The undead that didn't know fatigue scattered further and further as they ran, as if they had split into countless lines. These undead lords, under the direct command of the undead emperors, were all elite troops. If they were allowed to become bandits or take over the mountains, this country would be completely doomed. And the only solution, yes, I've thought of a solution, but it's a little dangerous. Looks like I'll have to negotiate with conservation. The undead emperors controlled the undead lords. The undead lords controlled the high-level undead. The high-level undead controlled the mid-level and low-level undead. And the mid-level undead controlled the cannon fodder. This made the undead emperors the greatest weakness of the undead army. And if I wanted to stop the defeated undead army from fleeing, negotiating with the undead emperors was perhaps the only option. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, causing the entire world to transform into pitch-black Hades. And then, not far away from me, an ice lily blotted out the sky. Numerous ice petals floated in the air, but then shattered. The countless flower petals transformed into countless meteors, and before I could even react, everything before me turned white. Come out. I regained my senses and returned to that clear sky with white clouds. Meanwhile, the golden-haired elf was holding my hand with a worried expression. Why did I feel so awkward seeing Harloise like this? As expected, I should find an excuse to have her act like a cat. What was that just now? I let go of my hand while lightly coughing. You don't recognize it? Wasn't that one of the foundational theories for your Ice Aeon spell? Harloi's question was indeed quite reasonable. As an ice archmage, I naturally recognized the spell I just used. In fact, I had even spent a great deal of effort in researching it. However, it was precisely because I recognized this forbidden spell that I had such doubts. If we're not mistaken, that really was Celsna's Flower of Blessing? Yes, it's the super forbidden spell that theoretically requires 10 semi-god mages to simultaneously supply mana to it. The 3 mages present all fell silent. The spell formula for this forbidden spell was no secret. However, nobody in history had ever been able to use it. That was because it required far too much mana, to the point where even the entire Truth Symposium wouldn't be able to supply such a large amount of mana. Yet a forbidden spell that was viewed as purely theoretical was right in front of us. It could only be said that conservation was indeed quite amazing. Also, she had noticed that something was wrong with the situation. There are only 2 possibilities for me to run into a forbidden spell the moment I entered. Either I was unlucky enough to run into a forbidden spell, or she's constantly tossing out forbidden spells in an attempt to smash a hole in that world. Will she be able to come out? I don't know, but theoretically speaking, she's already become a part of that world. Say, what do you think will happen to a goldfish that destroys her own fish tank? Is the best case scenario that she dies together with conservation? Do you think she knows? Of course. Don't underestimate any undead emperor. High-level mages at least have some understanding of space. At the undead emperor's level, falling into a trap might be a temporary mistake. But if she's still confused after falling into a trap, that's a natural idiot. She'd rather die together with conservation than become a prisoner. What a fierce personality! While I was exclaiming at conservation's fierce personality, it was obviously impossible to ask her to help me suppress the undead. She had already declared that she would rather die than be free. What else could I possibly use to threaten her? Since conservation had already decided to sacrifice her own life, it would be difficult to discuss anything else with her. The only bargaining chip that conservation would take a liking to was her freedom. But even if I wanted to release her, I wouldn't be able to do so. Not only that, there's no room for discussion. No matter if it's because of her grudge against you or the possibility of breaking out of her prison, she'll definitely attack you the moment she sees you. Are you confident that you'll be able to survive that forbidden spell? I'm confident that I'll be instantly killed. I recalled the general principles behind that forbidden spell. One of them was to lower the surrounding temperature and create a zone of extreme cold, using the constant low temperature to kill. Although my ice aeon was also capable of creating a similar effect, I doubted that the extremely low temperature would be able to save me. If I still had my frigid winter earth, I could create the coldest ice to try and resist the extreme cold. But right now, the difference in power level was far too great. It would be impossible for me to survive the forbidden spell. Harloise and I stared at each other, but neither of us could come up with a solution. I watched as the undead scattered more and more, yet there was nothing I could do. At this moment, I felt more and more powerless than ever. If only I could use Ice Aeon like conservation. However, there were no ifs in this world. Perhaps a certain evil goddess had once tried to sell regret pills to me. But apart from the fact that it tasted incredibly bitter, it didn't change anything. Suddenly, someone blocked the path of the fleeing undead. This person even used his own physical body to form a defensive line. That's the god of discipline and justice's Holy Church Knight Squadron? Are they intending to die? No, that bishop is intending to perform a god's descent. Chapter 543. The god of justice and discipline, Napus, was a weak god, a third-rate order god. However, he was also the main religion of the Sala dukedom. Belief was the food for the order gods. It was an unspoken rule of this world that a small country would have a small god. The rise of a mega-empire or a new species would also mean that a powerful god had risen to power. For example, Wumians from back in the day was now the guardian god of the Mist Alliance. He had successfully risen to power. Of course, there were those who succeeded, but there were also those who went too far. For example, Rose and Lady Storm had already completely fallen. According to the traditions of the Holy War, since this was Napuza's territory, he was the protector of this country. When the forces of chaos challenged the Order faction, he should be the one to lead the mortals and churches under his command to meet them head-on. However, it was obvious that by the time he reacted, the undead would have already spread into a calamity. His population would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be able to gather enough power to stop the calamity. It was likely that the god himself would fall into eternal slumber. This was also the foundational reason why it was so difficult for weak gods who relied on belief to survive the Holy War. Although weak gods were above mortals, they greatly relied on mortals, and it was quite easy for weak gods to leave the stage early in battle. From this standpoint, Roland and the others had helped Napus greatly. A weak god fighting against an undead emperor who had the power of a main god in his own country? It was obvious what the outcome would be like. But right now, Napus was probably more anxious than anyone else as he watched the undead begin to scatter. As far as I could see, the Holy Church Knights had formed a defensive formation. On a simple temporary altar, the formerly arrogant bishop knelt down, clenched his fists, and prayed in a low voice. It was as if the gods in the sky had heard his prayer. The clouds parted, and a pillar of light descended, lighting him up. Sacrifice. It was obvious that it would be difficult to choose a vessel for a god's power. I didn't believe that any random high-level priest would be a suitable vessel for a god's descent. In that case, sacrificing one's own physical body and soul as the price for a god's descent would be the prerequisite. And if one's physical body wasn't strong enough and didn't have a high degree of compatibility, how many true God's power could one descend and how many seconds would be a problem? If I can complete a divine art, perhaps it'll be of help. But soon, I wouldn't have to guess anymore. Under the pillar of light, a 3-meter-tall knight of light riding a white horse stood up. It was the human form of the legendary god of commandment. He fiercely waved his snow-white spear, as if he was roaring something. Boom! All right, he had indeed self-destructed. With him as the core, the entire horizon was ignited by a white brilliance. The power brought about by the explosion of a true god's incarnation was at the peak of the mortal world. To forcefully perform a god's descent on someone who was not a god's descender and then self-destruct the incarnation. For a low god, perhaps 100 years of accumulation would be considered a waste. However, the power of a god's incarnation's self-destruction was real. Intense white light illuminated everything in front of them, and the horizon was cleansed by the positive energy mixed with the power of faith and divine power. The undead that were the first to be hit were ignited, and they held in pain as they were reduced to ashes. Perhaps Napus wasn't very powerful as a low god, but his divine concept was commandment, and he was a pure order god. As a holy light god, his self-destruction would definitely be the natural enemy of all creatures of chaos. The unluckiest of all was probably the Lich Lord, who was relying on magic to fly. Originally, he should have been the most likely to escape the battlefield due to his high-speed flight. However, he was directly hit by a shockwave of positive energy. He had no chance of dodging at all, not to mention that his entire body was filled with powerful negative energy. His crown and staff, which were both magical artifacts, were instantly destroyed. Pitch-black magic enveloped his skeleton, which was lit up by a white light. Overflowing positive energy directly shot out from his eye sockets and mouth, transforming the terrifying Lich into a candle of light that spat out holy light from all his pores. His laughable appearance instantly froze, and then instantly exploded into thousands of pieces. Large numbers of undead collapsed just like that. Surviving a large-scale forbidden spell required not only luck, but also power level. The weaker the undead, the less likely it was that they would be able to survive in such a situation. Wherever the shockwave passed, zombies became cooked meat, skeletons became spare parts, ghouls became skewers, bone dragons became lanterns, and banshees enjoyed the destruction of mermaids. How many forbidden spells have been destroyed already? From a certain standpoint, I felt rather helpless as well. Whenever a mega combat strength appeared on a regular battlefield, it would be either you throwing a forbidden spell or I self-destructing. It would be quite pitiful to be a regular melee combatant. Even a myth-ranked individual wouldn't know if they would be sent to the heavens by some mage or priest in the next instant. Not only was God's destruction affected by the shockwave, the wood spirit knight who was chasing after the undead weren't too far away from them. They were also affected by the shockwave. No matter what kind of magical plant equipment they were using to fly, they could only freely fall to the ground after being attacked by such a powerful divine power. Fortunately, the wood spirit knight herself was also a physical creature with powerful positive energy. After the magical plants and magical machines received the first wave of positive energy, their physical bodies weren't damaged much. Their minds also recovered after a short period of dizziness. Dwarven parachutes were standard equipment for wood spirit knight. Tiny white flowers appeared in the sky. However, judging from how the wood spirit knights kept waving their tiny fists at the sky, they didn't seem to feel any gratitude towards this god at all. The wood spirit knights were only barely affected by the shockwave, but the wood spirit temple knight who were protecting them were right next to the shockwave. Even though the wood spirit knight managed to complete his god's descent, not a single one of the wood spirit temple knight retreated. They were then swallowed up by the fatal white light behind them. The self-destruction of a god's incarnation would be incredibly powerful. There would be no survivors, and it would be impossible for there to be survivors. However, judging from how the wood spirit temple knight appeared in such a dangerous location and fearlessly fought until the very last moment, it was likely that they had long since been mentally prepared to sacrifice themselves. This is their home. Behind them are their families and species. Compared to long-lived species, humans had short lifespans and low talent. They had many things to worry about and have many desires. Humans appeared to be short-sighted and a waste of their lives, but in times of danger, heroes would always appear. Perhaps it was precisely because humans had so many things to worry about and so many responsibilities that they knew how precious life was. That was why they knew that it was necessary to sacrifice themselves at critical moments. I had seen far too many such brave warriors and wood spirit temple protectors. The wood spirit temple protectors sacrifice themselves in exchange for divine power self-destruction. This indeed achieved tremendous results. At least 80% of the fleeing undead had fallen into eternal sleep due to the explosion. The remaining undead were all injured. Once the wood spirit temple's second wave of wood spirit temple night arrived, killing the undead would be much easier than before. Perhaps some undead would be able to escape, but it would be incomparable to the destructive undead calamity from before. The pitiful state the undead were in helped me relax. I could now focus on the ruins. Timlad hadn't contacted me of his own volition ever since I sent him a request for help. Don't tell me he's really dead. How about I go take a look? Chapter 544. I left the battle on the ground to Starwood City. If I didn't send reinforcements soon, Timlad would probably blame me for going to the Hades. The ominous black cat was still napping on my shoulder. The green-haired ominous, which was walking in front of me. With such a lineup, it was likely that anyone could go to the chaos abyss. Fine. I admit that I was just making things up. Even though it was still the same people, I felt suffocated when they walked together. My logic told me that they could be trusted, but my instincts told me that they would likely kill me first rather than kill their opponents. On the surface, everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, since some words were said, it would be impossible to take them back. Many things didn't seem to change on the surface, but they had indeed changed. Silly cat, I'll change what you like about me, all right? I was no idiot. I had paused in surprise just now, but now that everything was over and I had calmed down, I noticed many things that I hadn't noticed before. Could it be that the silly cat really liked me? I wasn't Beifong who didn't like cats. Yep, that was only natural. At most, I would treat her like a brother. Did she really want to sleep with me? But I truly didn't know what part of me would attract the silly cat's attention. I usually treated her like cat balls, cat frisbees, cat scarves, cat carpets, cat postal service, cat scouts. I used all sorts of excessive methods to treat my pets. I was already lucky that Drool's Animal Protection Organization hadn't found out about it. Could it be that the silly cat actually had some special hobbies? All right then, if I couldn't figure it out, I could just ask. She's beautiful. Princess Peach is really cute. Hugging her should be really comfortable. I felt rather helpless. Her answer was so honest that it was impossible to argue against it. Actually, many couples started chasing after each other for the most basic reason of all. Why do you like her? She has such a bad personality. She's so arrogant and unreasonable. I like her because I like her. There's no reason. If she had a birthmark and pockmarks on her face, would you still like her? A smart person would probably answer, of course, because this comment would likely be heard by the person in question. An honest person would probably remain silent and not tell the truth, since they didn't want to be labeled as someone who judged others by their appearance. The world had always been like this. They would always use ambiguous words like pleasing to the eye or getting along well with someone to describe the beginning of a favorable impression. However, no one dared to say that they had never judged a person by their appearance. After all, everyone would look at a person's face first. With the same personality, a good-looking violent woman would be a tsundere, an average-looking woman would be a tomboy, and a low-looking woman would be ugly and mischievous. Of course, it was the same for women when they looked at men. Handsome men would always receive preferential treatment and patience. Of course, looks weren't everything. Whether they could get together still depended on their feelings. But for an unlucky guy who didn't have good looks, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to build a relationship. But personally speaking, I felt that it would be better for me to be slightly more muscular, at least based on my experience of being targeted by those scary dark elf aunties. Although my face had caused me so much trouble in the past, I was still rather happy to be praised as handsome by a gold elf who had astonishingly high standards of beauty. That, no matter what, you should say he's handsome. Have you forgotten my hobbies? I wouldn't be able to stand it if you really grew up to be a handsome or muscular man. I'm already sick of seeing such elven men. Ah, a Shota that's suitable for women's clothing is so cute. Let me kiss him. Goddess of wind, you've truly done a good deed. What did it feel like to be teased by a cat and have a barbed tongue lick my ear? At that moment, I felt a cold, wet, and painful sensation at the tip of my ear. My most sensitive spot had been licked, followed by a chill down my spine as goosebumps appeared all over my body. I tried to grab it, but it was empty air, and the black cat in front of me jumped in front of me. The silly cat proudly shook her cat ears and wagged her tail in front of me. Then she unhesitatingly revealed her bad hobbies. So she was actually a strange auntie, just like Momo. She had always been peeking at my body. One day, I'll grow a real beard. At that time, I'll stab you to death with it. I'm quite curious as to when you'll grow an X down there. Harloise directly said sexually harassing words. When the gold elf princess transformed into the gold elf queen due to the passage of time, 10,000 years of loneliness finally accumulated. I didn't even dare to think too deeply about what kind of existence was underneath the lowly's body. I regretted it. I truly regretted it. Back when I was still an undead, I naturally suppressed my desires, which resulted in many scandals. Now that I had helped her recover her physical body, it was likely that she had given me quite a bit of trouble. I was sweating profusely as I stared at her, wondering if I should use a goblin rocket or a gnome flying chair to send her to the moon and completely eliminate all future troubles. At this moment, the silly cat suddenly started laughing to the point where she started rolling around on the ground. Haha, I was just teasing you. You actually took it seriously. The black cat suddenly jumped up onto my left shoulder. This time, she licked my finger and meowed as she licked it. just like any other ordinary pet cat. However, the words that were being transmitted through our soul connection were becoming worse and worse. No matter what, I'm still the gold elf princess. Even if I need a asterisk, 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 Renee would be more suitable than you. She has the same face, and her figure is much better. Besides, I've only been alive for a few years now, so I don't have that many desires. I was just joking, and you actually took it so seriously? You're so narcissistic. Although there were still quite a few inconsistencies in her words, our soul connection told me that she was telling the truth, especially when she said that Renee would be more suitable than me. This silly cat actually took a liking to my granddaughter. I think I shouldn't tell Renee to be careful. After all, she's already the famous Yuri princess. I felt slightly more reassured now. Even if the silly cat really did intend to commit a crime, it would still be better for her to die than for me to die. Renee, since your reputation has already been tarnished, why don't you block another calamity for me? Since Harloise had made such a ruckus, I no longer had the mood to ask her about her personal feelings. What if I found out something even scarier? Let's go. I hope that Tim Lad hasn't died yet. It's so difficult to find talented people in this day and age. The Wood Spirits assault airships were already parked at the edge of the city walls. With their assistance, it wouldn't take long for us to reach the ruins. Roland shook his head as he walked towards the Wood Spirits assault airship. However, he didn't notice the abnormal smile on the cat's face as she sat on his shoulder. She had already achieved her goal, so Roland stopped asking questions. As if sensing some danger, Roland suddenly turned around to see Amelia, who had been silently watching the entire time. Amelia's bright smile gave off an increasingly dangerous feeling. Roland immediately sweated profusely as he turned around and sped up as if he was escaping from some disaster. Some words had already been said, and some words had been heard. Some idiots finally understood their own thoughts. Some feelings had been expressed in sincere words, and some feelings were still hidden. But as time went on, everyone's personal feelings had already changed. It was likely that it would be difficult for them to return to how they used to be. Besides, the 7 original sins were all in place now. As Roland's soul became complete, his feelings would naturally recover. Perhaps they were simply waiting patiently. Perhaps Roland would still be able to hide from the sly hunters, but it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hide for long. The Wood Spirits assault airship fleet was a classic example of nature style. Back in the Forest of Dreams, the Wood Spirits had used giant logs to create their airships. Perhaps this was the origin of the Wood Spirits assault airship fleet. Now, the Wood Spirits Air Force and airship fleet were all constructed from plants. Flowers, vines, and logs were the most basic design. Every single material was carved with intricate patterns. But if one took a closer look, they would discover that the entire plant airship was just like an exquisite wooden sculpture. The core of the airship was made up of wooden dragon bones and a sturdy body. The wings and jets were made up of transparent, flower-like feathers. The vines were both decorations as well as a melee defense system. We were riding on a special assault airship. It looked just like a flower made up of 5 petals. 3 petals were the wings, and 2 intersecting petals were the airship's body. Walking on this airship made me feel as if I had entered a fairy tale world. Although I could also hear the mechanical sounds of magical engines, I could sense that most of the airship's power source was still natural magic. Back when I left, we were still using wooden boats. It would seem that the Wood Spirits' magical engineering technology had improved greatly in the past few years. They had even created their own path with the help of their creator goddess. Is this a new technology? It feels like there's no wood here at all. The strange thing was that I didn't receive an answer to my question. In the past, I was treated like a VIP in the Forest of Dreams, so the Wood Spirits would probably fight to answer my question. But when I turned around, I understood why. A small, unfamiliar Wood Spirit actually shrieked when she saw me approaching. She then hurriedly ran away while shouting for me. I don't want to get pregnant. Save me. I was able to make a wood spirit pregnant just by chatting? Since when did I have such an ability? And even if I didn't ask, I knew exactly who did it. I turned around and glared viciously at Amelia, only to discover that she was still smiling subtly. Fine then, considering the difference in power levels between us, I strategically changed my gaze. Yep, it was only strategically changed. I definitely wasn't cowering. But, surprisingly, Amelia voluntarily explained what had happened. It's just a rumor. You released it? I'm not that childish. It's Renee. She has a deep grudge against me. You'd better think about how to explain things to her. You did so many things behind her back, and now you're back without giving her an explanation. TSK, a naughty child will still be a naughty child when she grows up. I'll teach her a good lesson later. Amelia smiled ambiguously as she shook her head. She didn't say anything else. She already knew that Renee had arrived. Since Roland said that he wasn't afraid, then she would just have to wait for a good show. Meanwhile, Harloise noticed another problem. What if Sophocles the Deceiver also arrives? What will you do? Even if they send a greater demon of the Earl rank or above, it won't be easy to deal with. Relax, I have an ace that's specifically meant to deal with main gods. It's best if he comes. He won't be going back. What? You have an ace that can deal with main gods? Then why didn't conservation use it just now? I smiled proudly but didn't answer. Actually, it was quite easy to think of an excuse for something like this. It wouldn't take long, even if I wanted to. As I expected, Harloise had an expression of realization 3 or 4 seconds later. That ace is conservation, right? You really know how to squeeze out every last bit of value. I nodded. It might be a good thing that conservation was currently casting forbidden spells in Ike's world. Anyone who was cast into Ike's world would have to face an enraged, undead emperor and her forbidden spells. Chapter 545. The gray buildings were covered in a thick layer of dust, and the moss-covered walls were filled with cracks and cracks. The floorboards beneath my feet made cracking noises, making me worry that I might miss my next step. But what was even more dangerous was the pitch-black behemoth before me. Red, green, and purple lights flashed in the darkness. These were all the warning lights on the mechanical guards that had been activated. Barton didn't even clean up after himself. Of course. This was a surprise attack. If we cleaned them up one by one, they would have died of exhaustion long ago. The reinforcements that came to the ruins were 2 humans and 1 cat. Amelia tactfully refused the children's request to come along, and I, who had recovered my powers, was quite happy that I had a chance to try out my abilities. For the holy light, my ancient silver-gray battle hammer drew an arc in the air and viciously smashed into the diamond puppet's waist, causing its entire metal body to shatter. It didn't even have a chance to break through. No matter what material the puppet was made of, no matter if it was made of steel, metal, rock, or clay, it didn't seem like a large battle hammer. None of the puppets were able to dodge, nor were they able to move after being hit. Wherever I went, only piles and piles of raw materials were left behind. The mechanical guards weren't idiots either. When they discovered that they were unable to stop the enemies before them, most of the mechanical guards started using long-range attacks to counterattack. For a moment, I saw nothing but cannon fire. There seemed to be no space for me to dodge. For the Lich King. However, I laughed and ignored all the obstructions and attacks before me. I casually changed my battle cry and charged straight ahead. Just as the cannon fire was about to hit me, the phantom image of an angry red dragon flashed behind me, and then asterisk clang clang clang. Asterisk, that was the sound of metal clashing against metal. The explosions were right in front of me, but they weren't able to stop my advance at all. I continued swinging my battle hammer at the puppets, as if I was playing whack-a-mole. A crimson dragon-patterned heavy armor appeared on my body. In front of this semi-god equipment, these unenchanted gunpowder attacks wouldn't even be able to break through my defenses. Dragon-scale ice armor, the guardian of Yonnya. System evaluation. semi-god equipment can grow. This armor is made from the eternal ice of the ancient dragon's blood in another world. There are special inscriptions on it, and the artifact soul Irene Baylor resides in it. The user is limited to Roland himself. Titan's Thunder Metal. This armor has legendary damage reduction. 50/divine equipment. Damage dealt by weapons below the divine equipment level will be reduced by 50 points. System notification. You actually embedded a Titan shield shard into it to increase its defense. Only you could think of something like that. Ein Mises protection. The dragon's bloodline flows within the armor. She is protecting the wearer of the armor. However, this isn't good news for the attacker. After all, this means that the wearer has to absorb at least 200 points of damage per day in order to be able to deal any damage to the wearer. This ability will automatically repair itself within 24 hours. Dragon Follower. I really can't believe this attribute would appear on an armor, but you've done it. The wearer can use various Dragon Follower abilities through this armor. Yongya's Authority. Due to the armor's special material, no ice damage will be able to lower its temperature below 0 degrees Celsius. This means that it's nearly immune to ice. And due to the ancient red dragon's bloodline, fire damage will be halved, and the lowest damage dealt will be reduced by 30 points. This armor with a soul was a trump card that I had sacrificed a lot of my power in exchange for. It was what I relied on to face any opponent. Compared to 7 years ago, my draconic bloodline had matured and my personal strength had increased, allowing this armor to go from legend ranked to semi-god equipment. However, unlike other pieces of equipment that had undergone major changes after leveling up, this armor didn't gain any new abilities. It was just that its defensive stats had all doubled. Perhaps it was impossible to describe how powerful this armor was. However, an explosion that could kill any ordinary powerful individual exploded on my body, yet I felt nothing at all. That was enough to explain many things. Or, to put it more directly, after wearing this armor, I could completely ignore the attacks of a gold-ranked swordsman with myth-ranked equipment. That was because their instantaneous explosive damage wouldn't be able to break through the dragon scale armor's natural defenses. And a sword saint who didn't need to worry about his own safety was wielding a god equipment level warhammer, the Light of Salvation, the Hope warhammer of the Envoy of Light, Wind. These mole rats were far too foolish. As a veteran sword saint, even if I only used a hammer, I could still use Blade Storm as the most commonly used ultimate technique. Blade Storm was simple and direct to use. All you had to do was spin, and use the spin to gather and release sword energy. Then you would use centrifugal force to form a blade of sword energy, and use the sharp blade of sword energy to attack your opponent. A red whirlwind rolled over like a road roller. The storm of death tore through everything in its path in this small space, turning all the puppets and machines it touched into spare parts and raw materials. It was impossible to stop its charge, so it directly broke through the walls. What's wrong with him? Amelia was rather curious. Roland wasn't a maniac on the battlefield. It was rare to see him fight unless it was absolutely necessary. Rather than sweating and bleeding on the battlefield, he was far more suited to scheming underhanded schemes in the council. He's probably been holding it in for too long. Harloise knew quite well that previously Roland couldn't even pick up a steel sword. So how could he wear heavy armor on the battlefield? In the end, he had to teach swordsmanship with a wooden sword. He must have been quite depressed. Waha, I'm already undefeatable. Roland's battle roar could be heard in the distance, along with the sound of metal shattering and walls collapsing. The other 2 members of Roland's team shook their heads and hurriedly followed after him. While Roland's battle was going on in the building above his head, Timlad, who had been beaten to a pulp by Roland's reinforcements, fell into a vexed state. And the reason for his vexed state was that Roland was angrily glaring at him. For long-lived species, 7 years was nothing more than 1 breath and 1 nap. But for an adult, it was quite a long time. But for a 14-year-old girl who had only been sensible for 6 or 7 years, 7 years was more than half her life. Unlike her usual male short hair, Roland's blonde hair was braided into a ponytail that reached her waist. The childishness and gentleness on her face had completely vanished. This female knight with silver armor and a silver sword was fully armed. She carried a tower shield with the symbol of Gale Castle on her back and a red spear. She also held an ancient battle flag in her hand. Just by standing there, she gave off the impression that she was an undying mountain range. She was as majestic as a goddess of war. The knight princess, who was surrounded by pools of blood and corpses, continued to torture her demon opponent as she smiled in delight from the bottom of her heart. It was as if she was at the center of a celebratory banquet. "Kneel, you filthy, lowly species!" Roland pressed the powerful Inferno demon lord onto the ground with a single arm. The muscular demon was still angrily roaring as Roland's combat goddess stepped on his chest. Roland's silver combat boots suddenly rose up, leaving a silver crescent in the air as she viciously stabbed into the Inferno demon's heart. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the sound of flesh tearing made everyone instinctively feel uncomfortable. However, this wasn't the end yet. Roland's combat boots fiercely twisted, directly shattering the Inferno demon lord's heart. Blood splattered everywhere. The Inferno demon lord would never be able to stand up again. The Inferno demon lord's expression changed from one of delight to one of displeasure when he saw the flesh on her combat boots. It seemed that the Inferno demon lord felt that such an opponent wasn't worthy of dirtying his boots. Blood covered the entire floor. Not far away from her was a mountain of demon corpses. When the Inferno demon lord's golden eyes focused on her next target, the Silver Knight princess was still enjoying her slaughter feast. Judging from how the demons were furiously running away, this enjoyment wouldn't last for much longer. Renée Mist, 21 years old. She was a direct descendant of a demon prince. She used to be the Night Princess and was currently the Empress of the Mist Kingdom. She was a myth-ranked Chaos Abyss Knight, a descendant of the Mist and the most dazzling star in this holy war. Her overflowing mana caused her blonde hair to flutter in the wind. She wore a silver combat skirt with white stockings and a pair of silver high-heeled boots. She had experienced hundreds of battles, which gave her an awe-inspiring aura of an Iron Princess. However, it was said that in formal and informal diplomatic situations, this Thorny Rose's long and slender legs had already kicked the vitals of many playboys who dared to try it. 7 years had allowed Renée to completely break free from Roland's shadow. Her past hesitation and inferiority complex had completely disappeared. Her naughty brat personality and soldier's aura had once again combined and evolved, forming her own powerful aura of a war goddess. Currently, she was silently raging and venting her anger on demons. However, this had already transformed into silent pressure on her companions. Everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound, including the pitiful demon captives hiding in a corner. That's right, even the violent and battle-hungry berserker demons were hugging each other and trembling in front of the furious demon queen. Even a high-level demon lord wouldn't have such an aura, causing them to feel fear as if their souls were about to be destroyed. All right then, Catalina was also trembling. Her instincts were telling her that this woman, who greatly resembled Roland, had some sort of killing intent towards her from the very first time they met. Yesterday, she was still a lowly, but after a single night of carelessness, she became a mature woman. Not only that, she was the most violent type. She was the type that matured too early and was about to expire. All right then, that was Roland's exact words. And because of this, he was being hunted down even more cruelly. And right now, she was angrily muttering that name. Damn it, Roland! She gritted her teeth tightly, but her long legs kept stomping down, as if stomping on the spiritual creatures lying on the ground would make her feel better. Wait, I'm not Roland. I'm just a copy of Roland's sword techniques. Shut up! All right then, This copy of Roland that was moaning under the military boots rationally shut up. He discovered that the more he complained, the harder Roland stomped on him. He didn't want to disappear just like that. From a certain standpoint, he had helped his original body block a calamity. Perhaps the real Roland would even thank him. Even further down, the constantly worsening situation caused the current master of the Sky Tower to become more and more afraid. Finally, he made up his mind and paid even more soul coins to the demons. The opened Chaos Abyss Gate was finally enough for a demon lord to descend. Chapter 546. As I walked through the pitch-black tunnel, the shadows around me were unable to obstruct my senses. Perhaps I didn't have night vision like the long-lived species, but my sharp senses and tremendous combat experience allowed me to construct a 3D model of the environment in my mind, even with my eyes closed, which allowed me to easily dodge these mechanical attacks. I swung my hammer, smashed them, and shattered them. Dozens of magical puppets were simply reduced to scrap metal. For experienced warriors, it would be more than enough to rely on their instincts against such an opponent. In fact, if it weren't for their combat instincts to dodge attacks, they would be too lazy to even bother dodging with their dragon armor. Our assault team had already wiped out these puppets once, and the remaining elite soldiers had probably joined in the assault team's encirclement as well. I didn't see any good puppets on my way here. This level isn't even enough to warm up, I contacted Timlad. Although it was so noisy that I couldn't hear what was going on, I could tell from Timlad's pitiful screams of Boss Roland, "Hurry and save me! I can't hold on any longer," that they could probably hold on for a while longer. If they really can't hold on any longer, they won't be able to call for help. Yeah. I can tell that they still have some strength left, but I wonder what they're relying on. Everyone here was experienced. How could they not tell that Timlad's pleas for help lacked the nervousness and fear of a life-threatening situation? And even if we rushed over to help them, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a short period of time. The assault team's mechanical elevator had already been destroyed by someone. Even with Timlad's directions, the Sky Tower's defenses wouldn't be worth mentioning. It would still take some time for us to arrive. 369, 370. I had been counting before I collapsed, but now I could just casually count them. Looking at the large amount of mechanical wreckage behind me, I even suspected that this number would exceed 1,000 by the time we reached the lowest level. Most of the mechanical defense equipment wasn't even military grade. There were plenty of cleaning, repair, and nursing equipment. It would be so easy to clean up such a defensive system that I wanted to yawn. How could I tell that it wasn't military grade? The 6-armed robots that rushed over with strange, buzzing sounds were holding brooms, dustpans, mops, and rags. A spray gun that suddenly popped out of the ground shot out thin jets of water. There was also strange music playing as it shot, just like a sprinkler telling newbies to take cover. Some of the strange-looking toys looked strange, but they made me want to laugh. Did the lullaby with the strange baby logo really come to the right place? The person who was spinning on the wheel was definitely not an acrobat. That flaming arm is indeed scary. But do you really think I'm a caveman who hasn't seen a welding torch before? I felt rather helpless against such an opponent. In fact, I even had the urge to shout, "Be more serious! This is a war." After using his battle hammer for a while, he put it away again. Now he was using an ice sword that he had temporarily summoned. Although it couldn't compare to the calamity magic sword that Harloise had transformed into, it was enough to deal with these toys. Not only was it a waste to use the Divine Warhammer to deal with these things, but it was also a blasphemy against the Divine Warhammer. You still know how to cherish weapons? Do you think we've forgotten about the time you used the Roland Sacred Sword to crack walnuts? By the way, why did he waste his mana to freeze those furry bears and cleaning tools? I see that you changed your weapons in order to preserve the integrity of these puppets and mechanical creations. Let's see if we can commercialize it. Even if we can't sell it, we can give it as a gift. Who are you giving it to? Gift who? I paused in surprise at the simultaneous question from my companions. I didn't understand their covetous gazes, but I had a clear conscience, so there was nothing I couldn't say. Renee and Anne. Little girls like them probably really love stuffed animals. Back in the day, I gave Anne a skeleton doll, and she was so happy for so many days. You're asking for it. I give you 10 points for asking for it. I had already gotten used to ignoring the strange comments behind my back. I simply told them what I wanted to do. Actually, I feel rather guilty for leaving for so long without telling them, leaving them to deal with this mess. And since they're both juniors, Galena should also have a gift. But she seems quite mature, so she might not like it. I think it's best to give her a proper mechanical puppet. The technology here is obviously far superior to the gnomes and dwarves' trash toys. She's also an engineer, so she'll probably like it. I'm rather curious to see what expression Galena will have when she receives a normal gift, while Renee receives a stuffed animal. Relax, you'll see it very soon. At the very least, it'll be sooner than expected. We chatted as we went downstairs. I was also gradually getting used to my current physical body through battle. After all, if I wanted to take the next step, it would be incredibly important to have the soul and physical body's compatibility. You're intending to break through to myth rank? Why don't you experience it more at Saint rank? I didn't hide my desire for power and power. In fact, I was already preparing for it. Everyone here had once reached the peak of myth rank, so they could tell. Yep, I don't have much time. Not to mention, myth rank is quite special. Comprehending and experiencing it will be meaningless for me to break through to myth rank. Then, how many do you intend to get? Amelia's question came out of nowhere, but I instantly understood what she meant. Guess. I seemed to be speaking in riddles, but actually, even I didn't know how many myth items I would get this time. After all, I had learned far too many things and had far too many choices. The myth rank is an incredibly glorious and illusory realm for ordinary humans. However, our concept is that it's the transition before reaching semi-god. There was once a powerful individual who summed up the uniqueness of this rank in a single sentence. There's a path before reaching semi-god. The myth rank means that you've reached the end of your path. This stage is the conclusion of your and your entire species' path. Once you've reached semi-god, there will be no more paths. When mentioning the myth rank, the most common would probably be myth-ranked weapons. Indeed, the great majority of myth-ranked weapons have been left behind by myth-ranked individuals. The relationship between myth-ranked and myth-ranked was incredibly complex. Perhaps this would have to be explained from the extremely unique method of breaking through to the myth rank. The various ranks of humans were also the stages in which powerful individuals would discover their own potential. Those at the very front might not necessarily be strong, but they would definitely be the ones who had walked the furthest. An individual's pure energy level would be the limit at the peak of legend rank. Powerful mages being able to use forbidden spells at this rank was the best evidence. Meanwhile, the saint rank was more of an improvement in one's unique abilities. It was an improvement in power levels similar to the concept of divine concepts. Since the saint rank was known as an existence that surpassed mortals, their physical body's potential would have been completely discovered. The pure energy and will in their physical body would be more than enough to interfere with the world. In fact, they would even have world privileges that ordinary people wouldn't be able to control. If they didn't choose to ascend to godhood, it would be impossible for them to improve any further. The myth rank was an inconceivable breakthrough to the perfect body. Since it's impossible to improve my physical body, I'll have to ask for external help. I didn't know who came up with such a path of advancement, nor did I know if this was the correct path. However, countless intelligent species had used their own experiences to prove that this path was feasible. Before reaching the myth rank, one would have to accumulate strength and slowly improve. As long as one was talented enough and had a long enough lifespan, they would one day reach the myth rank. But from the myth rank onward, one would have to fight against the heavens against others, and against oneself. One would have to forcefully break through to the myth rank. The myth rank had 3 heavy doors. These were the 3 stages of breaking through to the myth rank, as well as the 3 steps to creating one's own myth-ranked weapon. The first step, which was the myth rank, was to continue improving one's concept, transforming it from an ethereal existence into a real existence. At this stage, one would still need to evolve one's physical body. For example, Adam himself was at this stage when he purified his phoenix flames into an undying concept. From then on, he was no different from the phoenix. As long as the flames didn't die, his physical body would be undying. The second step was to take this concept out of one's body and transform it into a real object. Creating something from nothing was incredibly difficult. In the process of creating a sword, one would often need to prepare raw materials and use these raw materials to create a finished product. The raw materials could be a certain weapon, a modified organ, or even the surrounding environment, a certain magic spell, or a certain soul world. The finished product would also be quite difficult to categorize. Let's use Adam as an example. At this stage, he completed the phoenix's inheritance, obtained the phoenix's blood and heart, and obtained the phoenix's divine swords, phoenix's favor, and phoenix's heart. The third and final step would actually be the resonance between the physical body and the myth-ranked weapon. These weapons would be infused with your soul and concept to begin with. As long as these weapons became a part of your physical body, the expanded body would open up a stage for you to continue improving yourself. You would then completely break away from the mortal world and be able to see everything in front of you with no obstacles or boundaries. It didn't seem like you needed to do anything at all. Actually, this was the stage with the highest mortality rate. This seemingly easiest stage was actually the most difficult. It was also the most difficult stage, which was why there were so few semi-gods in the Ike plane. The physical body would be incomplete, and the soul would be incomplete. It would be impossible to resonate with your soul and be stuck. And the undead who didn't have a living physical body or a complete soul would be in so much pain at this stage that they would want to die. It was entirely possible to use their blood and tears to sue the creator goddesses for racism against the undead. If the concept was too weak and the materials weren't strong enough, the myth-ranked weapon created would either directly shatter or barely be usable. However, the myth-ranked weapon wouldn't be able to contain the undead soul or future path and would be stuck. This was more than 70% of the reasons for failure. However, there was no need to be discouraged. It was still possible to start all over again. It was just that you would have to search for the concept from the very beginning. There was still a chance to make another breakthrough within 30 years. If the concept was too strong and the materials were too strong, the weapon created would be ridiculously powerful. It would be completely stuck, or even possible to directly die. Why? If the physical body couldn't handle the power of the weapon, the person would be controlled by the weapon. The person would either become the weapon's soul, or their physical body would shatter, or they would become an idiot. The triple door. Each door was more difficult than the last. Countless myth-ranked individuals cursed the heavens for being unfair to the final door. However, if one managed to break through, not only would they be able to become a semi-god, they would even be able to obtain a personal divine weapon that was customized for themselves. In the original owner's hands, this divine weapon could even surpass god equipment in some aspects, and their combat strength would increase exponentially. Marguerite had 2 myth-ranked weapons. One of them was the 10,000 spell tome, which allowed her to copy other people's spells. The other was the Philosopher's Stone, which had a nearly limitless mana reserve. One of them would be easy to deal with, but 2 of them together would be like a bug. Marguerite was capable of casually casting multiple forbidden spells. She would be able to cast double spells at any time in a direct confrontation. She had limitless mana, and when it came to long-range combat, she would be the archmage of an entire team by herself. She was truly shameless. Rather than calling them weapons, myth-ranked weapons were more like extensions of a myth-ranked individual's physical body. If a myth-ranked individual died, their myth-ranked weapon would be more like their remains than their belongings. Without the support of their soul and physical body, their power would naturally be greatly reduced. However, they would still be excellent weapons with many wondrous uses. In fact, there were even records of semi-god level individuals leaving behind god equipment after they died. I knew that, at this stage, I couldn't have too much or too little. It had to be just right. Rushing at everything at this stage would be suicidal. Caution, experience, and repeated attempts were the only way to pass this stage. At the very least, that was what most people thought. As for me, I had already broken through to the myth rank before, and I had long since prepared my path of breaking through. In fact, I had already prepared more than 10 concepts capable of carrying the power of myth. It was just that this step wouldn't be so easy to take.